안녕하세요.
大家好.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Oi PUBG Esports fans.
Hi, PUBG Esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG Esports 대회.
Vòng khu vực APEC PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final PCS 东亚洲际赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
OK Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
CS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
The Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm BCS1.
และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับแบบทายผลนะครับผม
适合准时收看 PCS 东亚洲际赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PKS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including one free coupon.
If
you click the Esports tab for my game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะรับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and
watch PUBG Esports. 记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛。Stay home and watch PUBG Esports.
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG Esport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG Esport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG Esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
Good evening, North America. After 3 weeks of group stages, after relegations, the time has come now for the PCS1 North American Grand Finals. My name is Cameron Davis, and I will be helping guide you through all of the action today, tomorrow, and next week as well, because this is a 2-week affair for all the regions involved. 16 teams, the top 16 of the group stage. Before we get into the action, I just want to go over the quick format, prize pool, and all the goodies so we all know where everything is standing. Schedule on the left, participating teams on the right. And just looking at the schedule, there was a lot of PUBG action. North America is specifically on Thursday and Friday of this week and next week. And you can catch Asia, Europe, and Asia Pacific on their specific times. You can see on the schedule. Participating teams were top 16 from the group stage, and this is the format. It's the format we've been using the entire time to the group stage, so it shouldn't be new for veteran viewers, but just in case some of you are new, we have 5 games a day, 2 maps, rotating back and forth. Placement points, 10 for first, 1 point per kill, rather, and here is what they're going to be playing for. $200,000 plus 12.5% of all the PCS branded in-game items sales. So definitely get that stuff. Not only does it look fashionable, it also helps support your favorite teams. The price breakdown is on the right. $50K for first place. And even if you go out in 16th, you can still take home a good old $2,000 split amongst you and your team just for being involved and helping entertain us. But who's also going to help entertain us is going to be my friends here on the desk, Clover and Godspeed. Welcome, lady, and welcome, gentlemen. I hope both of you are as excited as I am.
Yeah, I mean, we've been preparing for this for quite some time now, and it's finally time to put these teams to the test, so I'm definitely excited.
I do want to quickly say before we get into things, I do have a call to action because while watching today, there will be routine codes put on front of your screen that you can use in-game to claim PUBG branded PUBG Continental Series branded items. So keep your eye out for that. Free items and a free ticket for the Pick'em Challenge, which we'll be going through in later. But we're going to go quick. We got to go quick here because the action's starting off hot. Very quickly, Godspeed, do you have any expectations for how do you think today is going to play out?
I am kind of looking for some upsets today. Specifically, a couple teams that I'm looking at. One of those is Illusion, and I think some of the teams that may not have had the strongest start during the group stage might come out swinging.
All right. Well, upsets may happen. They may not happen. But the teams that will be doing those upsets, well, let's introduce them because we have a nice, tasty video giving us all the information that we are going to need going into this weekend. Take a watch.
Hello, Porosaurus here to ask you, are you sick and tired of this happening to you? Well, have I got good news for you. Your worries are over. Introducing the 8 amazing teams that qualified for the PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Finals. But wait, there's more. If you watch the PCS 1 North America Grand Finals, you won't just see 8 teams doing battle. You'll get to watch all 16 qualifying squads compete for a piece of the $200,000 prize pool. Tell me more! Okay, coming in hot at the top of the leaderboard, we have Sonics. They slice, they dice, they have fully functioning W keys on their keyboards. It's prime time, mime time! The Iron Men of PUBG are looking strong as ever, with group stage MVP Luke 12 always looking to shoot to kill. Just look at that shine. Shifting into the grand finals wasn't hard for Houston Hard Shifts as they enter the finals in the top 8. It's so easy, a 3-time NPL champion can do it. In fact, this next team made making grand finals look so easy, you'd think any troll in the chat could do it. In fact, any trolls in chat did do it. Just look at those maracas. Terrifying. But don't take my word for it. Hashtag take the oath. After dominating the charity showdown and collecting 10 chicken dinners during week 3 of group stage, Oath looks to continue their winning ways and let the championship circle fall on them. Tired of messy gameplay? Are your bathrooms looking scary dirty? Don't just get it clean, get it radiant with Radiance. Radiance completed the group stage in 6th place, and they're hoping to stay radiant. And now, with just 3 easy payments of $19.99, when you watch the grand finals, you'll also get Wildcard Gaming. So wild! And PCS 1 doesn't stop there. For a limited time, you'll also see Comets. No, not those. Yes, those. Act now, and for the price of Tactical 7, we'll throw in Tactical 8 for no extra charge. Just look at how tactical they are. Ooh, so tactical. And get ready, because although you may be stuck at home, you can free yourself of the quarantine blues with Liberate. Try it, it's free. Dying after dropping got you down? Well, turn that frown upside down with Exodus. Exodus left the group stage in 9th place, and they don't plan on exiting PCS 1 North America Grand Finals without some delicious chicken dinners on their way. Side effects may include dizziness, nausea, retiring, unretiring, death, and in rare cases being French-Canadian. How much would you pay to qualify for PCS 1 NA Grand Finals? $5? $6? $200,000, even though that's the total prize pool, it wouldn't make financial sense? Maybe you'd give your left kidney. Well, if you're elusive, you didn't have to pay a dime. You earned it. Congrats, fellas. Attention. This is not a test. These are not actors. What you are seeing is real. This is not an illusion. This is, well, actually, this is illusion. Now with 2 times the amount of illusion. Frustrated by not having the right tool for the job? Order now and we'll throw in Zenith Esports. That's 4 tools at no extra charge. Just click and install. And if you really need to clean up, look no further than Fable. Soaks up spills in a flash. Remove stains with just one shot. With game as crisp as the Colorado Rockies. PCS1 North America Grand Finals also comes equipped with 303 Esports. Putting the high in Rocky Mountain High since 2019. Wink. So what are you waiting for? Call now. Don't call. I won't answer. I don't own a phone. I'm vegan. That's it. All 16 qualifying teams ready to stake their claim for victory. The PUBG Continental Series North America Grand Finals are here, and it can all be yours with just 3 easy payments of... Guys, this is stupid. You don't have to pay anything. It's free. All right, just tune in. Just watch. It's the PUBG North America PCS1 Grand Finals. You know these teams. You know it's going to be hype. Come on, be there.
Listen, I'm pretty sure I can speak for the rest of my friendly, lovable panelists here that we honestly couldn't have said it better ourselves. Now you know everything that you could possibly need to know coming into the grand finals, everything that we need to know. And so I'm going to put us all on the hot seat as usual with our predictions. Who do we think is going to win the entire thing? Not the first game, not the first day, the entire grand finals. And I will go first because I ain't no coward. It's the Sonics. It's got to be the Sonics. They've played amazingly. They've played so bombastically and excitingly. I can't find myself going for anyone else. But of course, I'm going to toss it to Clover to ask who did you pick?
You know, I also picked the Sonics. This is a team that started off a little bit, I want to say lackluster, but not where we expected them. With the kind of the start of the year, they really picked into it. All 4 players have some great cohesion. H-Win is just amazing. Primetime, Mime Time, there's really not anything bad you can say about them right now, and I think that that's going to hopefully carry them into victory as we go through the grand finals.
All right, and Godspeed, you sir. Who did you pick?
You know, as consistent as the Sonics have been, I'm still after sending in my 3 payments of $19.99, I'm sticking with Oath, man. That's the team that I've pretty much stuck with them the entire time. I just feel like if they can fix the small issues that they have, well, not small issues. I mean, dropping donuts for some games is really bad, but if they can just manage to find a little more consistency in their bad games, the games that they're not winning, which by the way is only like I think. They won like 33% or whatever that percentage is. I'm awful with math, but they won 10 games out of 30, which is massive. Yeah, it's 30%. I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on anymore. But yeah, I just think Oath is the team. If they can just fix the mistakes and get the points where they were dropping 0-point games in the past, I think they're actually just going to be better off, and I think they're the team that's going to win. Math is so hard.
I'm a little disappointed that you didn't continue our train that we had set up. It's fine. Nope. It's fine. You missed the third. It's fine. We could have sent it a whole.
I don't think we could ever break him away from taking the oath. I mean, he is consistently taking the oath nonstop. So I mean, but rightfully so. They are a fantastic team. But it's hard. We can only pick one, right?
Yeah, it is hard though. It's also hard, particularly to break away from what I've been sort of casually calling the trifecta of North American top teams, which is Sonics, Oath, as well as STK. But Clover, this is kind of out of left field right now, but just because we have a couple more moments before we get into the first game, it might be a long shot. But is there any team outside of those 3 teams that you think might have a real shot taking home the grand prize here?
You know, I mean, it's just kind of hard to say, right? As Godspeed said, there's a lot of these teams that just have a couple of small mistakes that they need to work on. Shoot to kill, definitely in the top 3, but I think that there's a couple of things that they really need to work on, as well as just kind of finding themselves out of placement. But maybe a couple of players needing to figure out ways to kind of close that gaps. That said, I mean, we're starting over at scratch today, and that's a perfect opportunity for some of these teams to start fresh, start anew. I mean, we're all on equal playing ground right now.
And Godspeed, I know you have a little bit of a soft spot. Actually, never mind.
We'll get
Let me
to that
pull
later.
away from that one because I am getting word. I'm getting word here from the captain of the plane that we are ready to go into the very first game, and so we're going to send it over to our lovable commentators who are going to take us through all of the action.
Well, hello. It is I, and it is he. And we are here. We are lovable. We are also going to be bringing you the first 3 games here on Air and Go. I am Poor Source. Joining me once again, Mr. Hypoc. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be back on the mic with you again. I'm hoping we've shaken off. Hopefully by now we've got rid of our Game 1 curses. That's all I'm going to say. Because every time I say something remotely relating to that, I mean, come on, dude. You know me by now. You know me by now.
I mean, look, hey, I'm 100% on board with the give me as many wheels off circles as we could possibly get, make the games as difficult as they could be. But I'm not vocal about that. Like, I don't want to come out and say that. Like, I don't want to put myself on blast like that. But hey, if you're willing to, I'm going to take that ride with you, my dude. And we are going into game number 1. The plane is in the air. The players are already jumping out, and look at that. We got a plane going right over Military Island. So, yeah, there you go. It is a distinct possibility, and if history is any indication, we might be looking at a Game 1 milli-circle. We'll see.
Potentially, yes. I mean, other than that, the benefits to take away from this is there's a lot of the area, a lot of the map that is achievable for most teams here. So, not expecting too much madness. I don't know if Elusive are dropping a bit far over to the eastern side, actually, but looking like they were getting a bit close to the mill to drop there, Poro.
Yeah, we got. Looks like they might be just dropping for vehicle. They're all inside vehicles. They got a free. I mean, they got free farm, but right above them, Zenith and Liberate look like they might be going for a shot around shelter there. So not as many vehicles there. Wouldn't be surprised if we see somebody getting run over here very shortly. And there you go. All right, no military.
Well, okay, so we're out of the troublesome first circle pop. That's a good start, I guess. But, I mean, I guess this is we're starting off with a tempo circle. We still call them tempo circles, sure.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, these things were tempo circles for a full year of professional play in North America. I mean, that's not going to change overnight, is it?
No. I think that's the NA legacy. They've earned it. Earned it.
Take a look at Sonics, leading up in Pachinki just north of them. They do have Tactical 8, doing a wide split around Mini Pachinki all the way up to Watertown. They also have Fabled up in Rozhok and Wildcard down in the school apps area. You can see Liberate did manage to find the res onto a player over by Shelter. I'm sure Zenith probably going to be... Yeah, Zenith's probably going to be going back there and kicking themselves a little bit. They were all dropping on the same area trying to go for a vehicle. Probably didn't realize that the guy that went down was probably just wide out in the open right next to him. You hate to see it, but anyway, Liberate looting up in Shelter as one does.
Yeah, and again, we've got a lot of teams that need to transition into this one, Poro, so it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, main area of congestion is going to be down on the south coast around Normandy, but we have 3 teams. Obviously, Tactical 8 just dropping slightly north of Sonics in Pachinki. They're taking Mini Pachinki. Looks like Watertown and Grizzly over in Ruins. That could be an interesting area because obviously Highway is usually, it's called Highway for a reason, right? There's a lot of traffic going through there. So we could potentially see a little trap set up by Sonics if they can identify that actually, they're in a good spot to pick up some early kills. But, historically, around about this time, to be honest, within the next 30 seconds, we expect to see them moving out. So we'll have to wait and see what they decide with this one.
It is going to be an interesting area right there with so many teams making it in from that northeastern edge. We'll have to see if maybe Fabled or Wildcard decide to maybe do a wrap to the north side. But should they do that, they might have to deal with any trolls in the chat who are finishing looting up in North George, and Shoot to Kill, who we just saw eyes on a little bit ago. They're all alone in South George, already making their way. Exodus, you see, has a long rotation ahead of them, as they typically find themselves having, given that they loot over here on Military Island. They also have company just off to the east in Novo, where Radiance looks like they might be wrapping up here shortly as well.
Yeah, we can. Exodus got a long way to go, but it's looking like Comets and Elusive are going to get away from the bridge, so it should leave them a clear passage across onto the main island. Obviously, Exodus haven't really talked about. Obviously, Microfire stepping into that roster, so hopefully going to be a breath of fresh air this weekend, Poro. I know for me it was a bit of a disappointing last few weeks for Exodus, and I say disappointment just because I know kind of what that roster is capable of.
Absolutely. We see Sonics making their way through, but they have run into part of the Houston Hardshifts, who were dropped here to loot, as you would expect. They also have Maluk as the team captain, so when you say a tempo circle, that is 1/4 of tempo right there, and probably the biggest voice.
The brains behind the operation.
Brains behind the operation, indeed. And yeah, so they have already posted themselves up in a nice little spot. See Comets making their way in to Quarry. Interesting little spot to play around here. It's kind of towards the more to the southern part of this circle, I guess south of center, really. But making the call to go to Quarry this early used to be a little bit more. You wouldn't see it as much, but now with Erangel 2.0, with all the escape routes and everything around Quarry, I think that's changed things up a lot, hasn't it?
Definitely, and again, it's much more of a viable spot to play. It's not like it used to be just an open side of the hill on either side. Now with the bunkers added, all of those sandbag areas, the warehouses, it's way more viable now to kind of do a little split across Quarry, and it's much harder to crash now. Honestly, it used to be one of those areas that we'd see. You know, if Circle 3 pops, Quarry's dead center, you'd get 7 teams just diving it.
It looks like Fabled has regrouped around the ruins and the hills just off to the east. See Tanaka taking a few exploratory shots against the Tactical 8 gang over in the yellows, which will always be the yellows no matter what color they are.
Yeah, absolutely. They forever yellow. Forever yellow.
Forever yellow. As here is the other duo, the other half of the 2-2 split from Hardshifts. Now, shoot to kill. This is a circle that they're familiar with playing. I mean, we've seen it several times, and they usually come in from that South Georgia area. Now you can't really see on. I mean, you can kind of see it on your mini map. They're very, very wide split here, and they have a really. You know damn well that they know that Hardshifts is here.
Yeah,
and they're kind of doing a little scout. Maybe Alo is just looking for a cheap, cheeky early down, but not going to find it. Not going to find it just yet. Meanwhile, we see 303 making their way in. Got to be reminded that Exodus has already made their way across the bridge from Military Island. They are in Primorsk now. Radiance, meanwhile, kind of camping.
Looking at the bridge.
Yeah, they're doing a little bit of a bridge campy here. I'm not sure if
maybe Zenith might come their way.
Yeah, I think this might be a hard read because Zenith does this a lot. I mean, a lot. Almost every time that this thing goes west. So this might be a hard read coming in from Radiance. We'll have to keep an eye on what goes on there. Meanwhile, you can see Alo still interested in what's going on with the Hardshifts compound. Oath, meanwhile, have made their way in. They're chasing, being chased rather by the blue. Coming in a little bit behind. They're still ahead of it. Elusive.
I mean, it was interesting there. Oath and Zenith actually kind of ran into each other around shelter. So I'm guessing they just kind of spotted each other out and they decided to go different ways. You can see now on the map, obviously not up on screen right now, but they have split their separate ways. So they're both probably going to get into the circle uncontested looking at it. We do have Elusive over here set up on the lodge over on West Coast. We've got a lot of...
Zenith didn't fall for the bait.
No, they didn't. Again, they got to be careful because obviously 303 setting up in the field just inside the circle north of Ferry Pier could be problematic for them if they're coming in low HP.
Well, it's also, I mean, when you look at 303, how they're split, they're very, very wide split.
Very wide. Yeah.
So this, I mean, Honey Badger's on the hillside just above the compound. And okay, that's. Waiting to see where our shift we have a map stream that's a little bit ahead, but there you go. We are going hard towards the southwest, and this is about to get real interesting because you can see just how many teams have to make their way in, and there is not a lot of good real estate to be had around here.
There is not at all. Again, this is one of the scenarios we see. I'm fully expecting a couple of teams to dive Quarry here because it's a viable spot. Well, because it is so much more of a viable spot now, Poro. I can see SDK and Elusive actually getting into it in rotation there. Maybe just an attempted drive-by, but Luke going to get away with that one initially. Actually, SDK are grouping up to, I mean, not necessarily chasing, but they're definitely following the pathing here of Elusive. So maybe the information's come from Luke that there was only one person in the vehicle next to him, and they're going to try and counter crash here. On civil arresting Luke.
Nope. We are not going to do that, Civ. No, we are not chasing. Luke says this compound looks just fine. We're going to go ahead and take this. And Luke will take a nice hilltop location over by the lighthouse. Probably be able to scout down over there onto where Elusive was. Meanwhile, we see a couple of shots being traded back and forth, but nothing really substantial just yet. Comets are taking a few shots over at Liberate. As you can see, Victor just kind of seeing if we can maybe land a couple of things here. Nothing finding its home just yet. Radiance, meanwhile, has made their way onto the main island. They are just now bisecting Oath in their rotation path outside of Circle. But again, just ships passing in the night. Nobody really taking any high risk, no high risk plays here in game number 1, which is something that we've kind of grown accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, and again, obviously with the lobby reset, so to say, in terms of points. Obviously, everybody coming in from this from the previous stage, got to come in this with a fresh mind, so to say. There's starting from scratch again. So you're absolutely right. Not going to see any YOLO plays as we do towards the end of series. Everybody going to kind of be feeling each other out. Again, 11 minutes in now, and nobody's even died in rotation yet, Poro. So everybody kind of being very cautious about the way they move around the map. Don't want to give anything away too early and damage the chances in game 1.
Well, just real quick before things start popping up, just a quick reminder that for a free PCS1 Pick'em Challenge voting coupon, you can redeem the provided code in the Esports tab in-game. The codes are limited, so act fast. You can only redeem one free voting coupon per PUBG account. You will also be getting codes between games here during Week 1. And a reminder that the Pick'em Challenge voting ends on Thursday, July 2nd at 2 a.m. Pacific time. All votes must be submitted before then. Got it. You like that? That's some pretty quick legalese there.
You almost went back into your promo video for us there. It's actually really refreshing.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I do not know
the video
who that
was.
went. That was not me.
Okay.
Clearly not me.
I wish I could have got him on tonight.
I wear a hat. All right. That guy,
is fair.
No hat. Zero hat.
It's the first time I've seen your hair since 2017.
That's fair. Okay, so we got Shoot to Kill has now turned their 2-2 into a wider 2-2, sending Alo and Purdy just off to the east to see what they can find. Let's see, new circle pops.
Okay.
You know...
Who was talking about the Game 1 curse?
64
I distinctly remember somebody talking about the Game 1 curse.
Wow.
And I'm fairly sure it wasn't me, but we might have to take a look back at the VOD.
That face when the circle is over 50% unplayable. Goodness me.
Well, we're going to have a good game 1. It's going to be exciting.
Preemptive apologies if we miss any fights, because we're about to see everybody run right on top of each other. Sonics have made their way into the north side of Primorsk. We have not lost a single player yet, but that could be ending here soon as one of the Sonics has made their way right on top of Zenith. I'm not sure which one that is. That's Win. And he gets absolutely roasted, just a little bit too far away from the rest of the team doing his scouting. And you are about to see this kill feed light up, boys and girls.
Yep.
Radiance, there we go. Lost Batty Lull right off the bat. Radiance will then turn it back onto Fabled. You can see Zenith still holding down this spot. You've got Liberate moving in from the south as well. Here's Radiance back to that fight with Liberate. This is going on in the very northern part of the circle, outside of the safe zone for right now. It looks like, oh no, Radiance is done. Waldo is just going to have to bail on this, but they've got hard shifts right behind him. Can Waldo make this gauntlet? He's got to make it through all of the hard shifts. Oh, the car's already on fire. He's got to get out. He gets out in time. Can he trade it back? But the car runs away, but he trades it. Good shooting from Waldo, but he can't win again as Maluk clutches it out, saving Lobes' life. But now Fabled is turning on and coming down south, so they need to get this res up here pretty quickly.
I mean, Fable to have the information on this as well. They're obviously fighting the other half of Radiant, so it looks like actually they're going to be coming down I think they're coming down the road towards Chuba, but jump on board with Tactical 8 here, just inside the circle. You can see in the kill feed, actually Chuba did get the opening knock onto Greg. So hopefully Fable don't get held up too badly on that road. You can see here jumping back on, Fable trying to swing back onto Chuba. Chuba actually managed to escape into the swamp. Fable trying to stick the res right now.
Oh, and that's actually, that must have been a huge down because this is going to allow all of Hardships to get out of this.
Is.
Maluk and +1 have managed to get in the vehicle. Chuba holding down the line, making sure that they're not getting pushed. J-Sang already has a foothold inside the circle. Meanwhile, STK find themselves getting pushed on by Illusion from the north side, but they've also got Elusive to the south in the compound. So this is STK now pressed on both sides. You can see Oath getting involved in a fight. This is outside of circle on the eastern edge. Oath is going to run into Tactical 8, and Tactical 8 just gets roasted. I think they still have one player up. Yes, they do have Beams, who has made it inside the circle, so no team has gone down yet. But it is so close. Actually, we did lose one. I'm not sure who we lost.
We lost Radiance.
Radiance, that's who we lost. Okay. So you can see fights going on all over the place. Illusion, still on top of STK. Purdy is down. Alo is spotted out. Luke 12 holding anchor. I don't think they know where he is just yet, but Luke has to do something here soon to protect his teammate.
Yeah, I'm not sure really what he can do here. We do see Hardships actually pick any trolls in chat apart elsewhere, but right now on board with Alo and Luke of STK. Illusion looking like they're still being cautious about this. You can see some utility coming down. I'm surprised, actually. Actually, Free Me Please might get a nice uphill angle. You can see he's going for a flank round to Alo's smoke. Whether or not he can spot Luke out. Luke's got somebody there. Ranger is going to find him with the M4. And now Alo going to try and swing out and make a move on Free Me Please if he can get this down. And
good
nade. Nade is going to come out, and that's going to clean STK up in 14th place, Poro.
That is not how they wanted to start the day. STK, a team that's used to coming out swinging punches early. And they go out very early this time. Liberate, meanwhile, making their way through Primorsk. They have to make their way through Zenith up on the hill to the south, and Sonics, who are occupying the buildings just off to the north. Fortunately for them, it looks like Sonics and Zenith are more interested in shooting at each other. Comets, meanwhile, making their way in on the eastern side of the circle, but they're getting pinched. Once again, Oath coming in from behind. 303 holding the line for right now, but Comets putting a valiant effort forth here. 3 kills, only 2 of them remaining alive still. 303 in a great spot to gatekeep right now. Their backs are completely free. They can afford to just sit here and stare off into the east until they clean this up.
Yeah, and Oath actually backs against the blue right now. If they can deal with Comets, or 303 put some more damage onto Comets, they are down to 2. Might actually give Oath an opening. Actually, Sub-Zero is going to come around here, try and focus Oath.
Oh, this is good from Comets. They got to try to see if they can get the opening down. No, they
nice
traded.
Trade.
He treats, has to come with something. He's got it. No. Oath is quick on the trigger, and they'll be able to get this res off onto Balefrost quickly. But 303, they know what's going on in the kill feed.
Oh, no.
Here comes the push, the Molotov, and the grenade a little bit misplaced as 303 maybe lost track of where Oath ended up. And they're just using all their utility right now, but none of it finding a home. As it looks like the res has yet to be stuck here. Wolf, I think, going for Balefrost here, and they're just leaving it down to Snakers to protect them from this wide push here. 303's got a good wrap runner going on.
Yeah, Landoon's actually going to find Wolf to open this up. Snakers now with a downhill angle. Should find Voxic. He's not going to do it. Voxic's actually going to shut Snakers down. Balefrost gets D-Rich on the top side, and there you go. Landoon will finish out Balefrost. That's Oath going out in 10th place. Fantastic work from 303.
Very well played by 303, but they do lose D-Rich, unfortunately, so they are down to just 2. You can see in the kill feed there on your leaderboard there. Nope, never mind. Don't look at the leaderboard just yet. We're not going to pay attention to that. We'll go back to that later. Usually, you have to get one game under your belt before the leaderboard actually resets itself on the API. But 303 sitting on, I believe. Let me check real quick. 3 kills for themselves so far, and they're going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Sonics, meanwhile, you see the circle has pushed away now from Primorsk. Mime is down. I believe that's Mime down. Yep, Profi and Shrimzy still up. Profi is the closest. Shrimzy still bringing things up from the rear. Liberate, meanwhile, not sure how many are left on that squad. I believe it's still 3 up as Zenith has been just dominating things from the high ground on the south side.
They have, yeah. And you see Mime about halfway bleeded out now. Shrimsy's going to try and make a move out towards the tree cover. If they can get onto this hill, they might be able to put some kind of defense up against Liberate, but Shrimsy lagging behind a little bit right now, and you can see he's under a lot of pressure. I'm not sure if Profi and Mime are able to help him at all, but you can see actually Liberate taking their sweet time to get actually up and pressure Sonics here, Poro. I'm not sure what the decision making is here, but they haven't got a lot of utility down. It's pretty much an open run. Nobody from Sonics luckily putting any damage down. That nade's not going to find anything from Shrimsy, but this looks rough here for Liberate, Poro.
Yeah, maybe misreading the situation. Profi will find added. They'll get the flush as well, so it's down to a 3v3, but Profi goes down to kickstart as Zenith is gatekeeping from third-party range. Shrimsy will find one.
Great shot.
Can Shrimsy come up over the top again?
Oh,
Yes,
he's gonna
he can.
fight
What a great reposition coming out from Shrimsy, but Lush will come out and flush him out as well. I believe Profi is going for the res on Mime right now, but Shrimsy doing everything he can for his squad to keep them in this game.
That was insane play from Shrimsy there. Again, I mean, if Profi and Mime didn't come under pressure, maybe they could have mounted together and done something there. But, I mean, the push from Liberate getting absolutely stopped in its track by a fantastic two-piece by Shrimsy.
And Dune, you can see picks off Ice Tech. Lush still waiting for that last push here. Doesn't even go for the res. And, yep, okay, there you go. Mime's going to come up over the top. He'll find Lush, and that's Sonics winning that fight, but they still have to make their way inside circle.
Mime.
Oh, Leda will find him from a mile away, and it's down to just Profi. Meanwhile, Exodus are trying to make their way in from the north side. They've got to deal with Illusion, who is feeling fresh coming off of their win against STK. But again, you can see just in the bottom corner of your minimap, Elusive have left their compound. They could be coming up over the top, and Illusion is looking really, really tasty right here. Wide open on the side.
Oh, indeed. Actually, Illusion, I'm not sure really what the plan is here. They didn't try and execute on the top of the hill, so you can see now they're going to try and put some utility down in the middle of the road, but again, it's just so open on this part of the map here. Elusive with great angles. 4-man of Exodus peeking down on top of them right now. Drastic going to open up. Pack caps as well. That's it for Illusion, surely. Surely they find the last hit. But no! Elusive spin around. Drasso and Pat will fall on the top of the hill. And actually Microfire gets picked off as well. Exodus going down. Oh my god.
Fabled Tanaka came out of nowhere and just third-partied this from, you could see it, he's all by himself. The rest of Fabled has made their way down. Tanaka was just hanging out to see if he could maybe pick something off here, and he ends up getting two as Exodus, oh no, between Elusive and Tanaka, they go down. Illusion, meanwhile, is able to get the reses. They're back to 4 strong as Elusive has just kind of given them a free pass.
That went from 100 to 0 real fast, Poro. I thought that was going to be an absolute farm for Exodus down on Illusion, but, I mean, crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Well, we see the new circle has popped. Of course, it's going to go pretty much the only place it can go. Zenith is working the coastline. They still have 4 up. Their attention is now paid to Elusive, who is making their way up the coastline, but they're getting picked at as well from the watchful eyes of Wildcard, who have found a nice little center spot position, but you can see they're very clumped on top of each other. Keenan will get the down and the flush on the T-Sock, though, as Elusive is now under a lot of pressure, and now all of Zenith can afford to come over the top and just peak this with 0 repercussions.
Not looking good right now. J.O. Day has found the little prone spot. You can see Fizzle back in another smoke. Zenith now just desperately trying to pick up as many kill points as they can on the southwest side. Again, once they clear up Elusive here, they're going to have a really, really good spot on the top of this hill, Poro. That's going to give them a great way to fight in, and actually the road becomes a valley, so they can literally cover their teammates running across to basically the other side of the road.
Here we go. The smokes have gone away, and so has the life of Fizzle. J all day now, the last one, and you can see he is just praying that that smoke bugs out and lasts forever, but unfortunately that will not be the case here, as he has the entirety of Zenith running around on him. Ooh, we'll take a few shots here. Mystery, maybe. Oh, actually, Roth gets down and flushed. How did Icy Flex get an angle on that?
That's sloppy. That's sloppy. They just need to play LOS from the other side here, bide their time until they can fight across onto the other side. But that's I don't know. Giving up a kill there could be huge for the late game here when they come to cross the road later on. Later going to find Top Dog though. That's clean.
Filthy stuff coming out of Leda, and maybe now that might open up a little bit of a window for them to turn their attention back to Jay all day. You can see the circle has pushed. Jay will have to move here eventually, but on the north side, you've got Fabled, Wildcard, and Illusion all trading back and forth. Leda will kickstart. Will make sure that Leda's down will get flushed out. Zenith, we've given them the south side. Might as well give them a crate as well. They are going to pick up an MK14, and more importantly, the level 3 armor that goes along with it. Meanwhile, here comes the push from Illusion and Fabled all onto Wildcard here. Good grenade. Is not going to find anything just yet as Wildcard just prays and plays around the outside of this shack. Fabled did not really committing overly to this.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is Wildcard being the first team to come to the shack. Everybody else fights on the outside, and slowly everybody gets pushed closer and closer to the shack. And now they're in a position where they have no information on the outside. Actually going to get one down. Later's going to find Sharp Shot at distance. Keenan down to 45 HP. Can't help out Keenan just yet. And actually Jazz is stuck inside the shack, and he's not going for the res right now. That's going to catch Sharp Shot. He's on fire. Oh, no.
That is huge. That's going to be another kill point going over to Fabled as well. As the tick damage, I think, will give that kill credit over to Tanaka.
It won't. Actually, he's going to get res here.
He's going to get res. Yeah, never mind. Kickstart.
Okay.
Going to be sending it over. I misspoke there.
I think actually Tanaka's used all of his utility now, so now he's in a position where he just has to hold this angle.
Well, this is the weird thing for me. Look at Tanaka. He's holding the angle on Wildcard, but Supernova and Hella, I don't know what they're doing. They haven't shot a gun in the last 5 minutes. They're just hanging out over here. I mean, they're not looking over at Zenith. They're not. Yeah. Maybe looking at Wildcard. Maybe.
I was just about to say. I'm worried about Wildcard's utility here to try and push onto Fable because they've had to smoke themselves off so many times to break sightlines from Zenith that I don't think. Or they're actually going to take the road side here. There you go. Supernova's going to find Keenan straight away.
Yep. Fabled. Ooh, Supernova gets taken real low there. Nice little return shots there coming from Jazza and Sharp Shot. Jazza gonna hold off for as long as he can. Oh no, that's not gonna do it. Supernova will get the down. The blue will probably take care of the rest. Fabled gets zone favor here as they can now turn their attention towards Zenith. Haven't gotten the flushes on the Wildcard boys just yet, but they are basically alive as long as the smoke permits. As you can see, Zenith wrapping around, trying to see if they can get any angle here before they eventually have to move. If they can get an opening down here onto Fabled, that could be huge.
Yeah, I mean, Mystery found Sharp Shot through the smoke here, so I'm not sure if they're going to try and just clean up Wildcard. You got the nade's going to come out. That's a really good nade. It's going to go straight in, probably re-knock Sharp Shot, and going to do a lot of damage to Keenan as well. The second one. No.
Clean it up. Good stuff.
Really
10
good
kills.
Stuff.
Coming from Zenith now overall, and they can turn their full attention towards Fabled, but you can see the problem. They are outside of the circle. And Supernova actually pushing up here, getting a little bit of an anchor.
I'm not sure about this. This is huge for the other two guys on Fabled. They need to make sure Supernova doesn't go down here. Tanaka's actually going to find Mystery at distance. That could be the go signal for Supernova.
Oh, he's got the 249 as well.
He's got the 249.
He's got the bullet hose. He's ready to go. And they're just waiting to see if they can get it down. He got one. There's going to be another one as Leda is the last one up here for Zenith. Working around the smoke. He does manage to get the heal off and try to get a reposition here. And it looks like he may have broken LOS from Fabled, so they have kind of lost track of him. But there's only so many places he could be here. And okay, he's going to let Hella know exactly where he is. As the rest of Fabled now collapsing on top. This is a Fabled team that we have seen do well in the opening day in the charity showdown, and then they kind of fell off as the rest of the tournament continued. We'll have to see if they can maybe finish this off and then keep the run going. As Leda, is he just going to go down to the blue? Yeah, it looks like he is. Just deny the point at this point, which is the smart play. 10 kills for Fabled as they come in with the big Game 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge start for a team we've seen kind of not do a lot, to be quite honest with you, not to be harsh. But They've been bumbling kind of bottom half of the pack for the last 6 weeks or so throughout any of the lobbies we've seen. So that's a fantastic start for Tanaka, Supernova, Hella, and Greg. To be honest with you, it's exactly what you want to do to start off a short series like this.
Yeah, and I actually misspoke. It wasn't the Charity Showdown. It was actually PCS1 group stages. The first week, Fabled came out swinging. I mean, they had a Game 1 win. They were in the top 5. They were feeling great for the whole first week, and then it was just kind of a slow kind of progression down from there. But, yeah. I mean, we talk about it all the time, right? How important is it to get these early wins and to get these early points and to play with the confidence of knowing that you have a lead that you can kind of afford to play with a little bit?
And ultimately not be chasing points. Chasing points towards the end of the series is where more mistakes happen. You get more reckless. You know, you're desperately trying to make up a deficit, and that's ultimately like the worst position to play from.
Got to also give a big shout out to Zenith coming in again with a great Game 1 performance. They come in second, but they end up getting a boatload of kills as well. I believe it's 10 overall. Wildcard as well will get third place and 2 kills. Illusion and Elusive will round out your top 5. As I've got gunshots going off all in my ears, and I have no idea where they're coming from.
I do too.
Anyway, but yeah, no, it was again tradition, I guess, at this point, right? We always get that wild circle onto in game number 1, and you know, most of the time it seems like it's a team that you're not really expecting. And to Godspeed's credit, he said, you know, he was kind of expecting the unexpected coming into the early part of this game, and to maybe see somebody that we weren't expecting to see maybe in the top of the leaderboard here after the first couple of games.
No, and again, game 1, you again, some teams are looking at it, they write it off, rough circles, yada yada yada, maybe bounce back, but that for me is if you can come out and be the team that wins a game like that, that's again a huge confidence boost to get yourself started in the series.
Well, that's going to do it for game number 1, guys. That has been a pretty wild one. We'll have to see what the analyst Des has to say about this one. Guys, take it away.
Listen, are we even shocked anymore that the very, very first Erangel game is going to be a wild circle? At least it wasn't a military circle this time. But we can go into the map in just a little bit because, Clover, I have to ask you, is this the same Fabled that we saw during group stage?
No, I mean, this is an entirely different team altogether. Fabled played very passively and cautiously through the group stages, and that kind of lent them to being towards the bottom of the barrel for these 16 teams. We kind of talked about it ourselves privately about the teams that are going to really need to bring it up are going to be those teams at the bottom. And Fabled, right out the bat, 10 points. This is usually a team that plays very passive, kind of gets themselves to the later circles, maybe picks up 2 or 3 kills, but really relies on the placement points. So to hit this first game, 10 kills just off the bat, I mean, that looked so great. And this is what we need to see from them.
Yeah, it is good. Before we take a even deeper dive, we do want to mention once again the free items, the free in-game codes. One of the greatest things about watching esports is the digital goods. And so we are going to be revealing right on your screen right now. It is going to be the code MSKJ6UAZILEC. You will be entering that in the PUBG Client Store Code Redemption tab specifically. Not Steam, not Microsoft, nothing else in PUBG itself, but act fast. But we will also but if you miss it this time around, we also will be having more codes throughout the day and throughout all 2 weeks. Now, that being done, I believe we're going to leave the code up on screen for everyone to make sure that they get their free, lovable, great items. Godspeed. We have to talk about this part of the map. This is not one that we see on a regular basis. In your experience, how does one even play this area of the map just outside Primorsk?
I mean, it's honestly really simple. You either are a team that gets the center, or like a shack in the center, which we saw Wildcard do, or you're a team that kind of fights in on the edge and slowly starts controlling the zone from the sides, which is basically what we saw Fabled We saw Fable do it. We saw EXO try to do it before they got absolutely erased. And then we also saw, obviously, Zenith do it. So that's kind of like the only way to play that, because there's nothing in the middle. There's nothing there for these teams to really gravitate towards, or as far as cover, unless they bring their own vehicles. So it's a really rough circle. It's one that I think you would probably prefer to play on the edge, simply because it's the only way to really get cover from the hills. But yeah, it was a beautiful circle to see, personally for me, of course.
We were very excited.
No, we were
we're sadists.
absolutely.
Sorry, guys.
We're sadists in here. We're sadists in here. So we are going to be jumping real quick into the highlights of the previous match, just in case you missed all of the action. We have it right on. We have an encore performance right here with you. So, but while we watch all this happen, I guess I'll leave it to you guys to sort of break down not just how the end game happened, not just Fabled and, as you mentioned, Zenith, but how this entire lobby happened.
Yeah, I mean, especially here, you kind of talk about playing the edge. Comets, 303, all coming into one side. Sonics as well. We saw so many people playing in Primorse, but ultimately it was Zenith that managed to stay on top through all of this, clearing out what was left of the teams. As you can see here, Liberate and Sonics kind of having a bit of back and forth, with 303 picking off from the north. But, I mean, again, like Godspeed kind of can go into a little bit further. It's the edge right here that is the OP.
Yeah, I mean, playing from the edge here specifically, because there's on the west side of Prim, which is where the circle basically ended. There's like two main hills on either side to kind of overlook each other, and then there's the hill on the other side of the road which leads towards Quarry, and there really isn't much to play. So the way that Zenith had a split earlier on this was really impressive. The way that Fabled kind of pushed everyone else off their own edge. I mean, fragging really hard. I think, Clover, you said, like, wow, this is really not what we normally see from Fabled as far as frags goes, and the way that they pushed off that north edge was really impressive. And so overall, I mean, I think for me, again, the two teams that stood out there were Fabled and Zenith.
Yeah.
So you have. Oh, sorry, Clover. You had a point?
Oh no, I mean, I just I do want to touch on that, because oftentimes we usually see that Greg Shaw is one of the leading damage or kills for Fabled, and in this game he only got 1 kill, but we saw Hella with 3, Tanaka with 4, Supernova with 2. I mean, this is just night and day difference for them, and I really hope to see them ride the momentum through the rest of the series.
So when you talk about Fabled, especially after a win like this, you have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is going to be, and I believe this was just mentioned previously by our good friend and the caster, Porosaurus, this wouldn't be the first time that Fabled win the opening game, and then just sink from there. So I have to ask you, Godspeed, is there anything specific about their gameplay that you saw this game to maybe give Fabled fans hope that they won't just be a one-hit wonder anymore?
I mean, look, they have a skilled roster. They have talent on it. I did see shades of old Fabled, where I think I mentioned we were all talking about it, where they had an opportunity to wipe wildcard even earlier, but they kind of backed off, which I feel like they were just playing safe, which isn't a bad thing, but I just don't want to see them go to that too much. Overall, I just think they need to continue playing aggressive and playing smart, and they'll do fine.
Real quick, we are going to take a look back at the match leaderboard to see specifically how the points have fared up. Fable with 10 kills, 20 points. Zenith with 10 kills, 16 points. And then Illusion, who actually didn't get third place specifically. That would go over to Wildcard, but they got 5 points in their own fight to put themselves in third place. This match leaderboard, because it's the first game, is also going to be the full event leaderboard. Clover, is there anything here? This is a bit of a vague one, so apologies. But is there anything here to maybe give you worry or even excitement about how things might not be progressing as we might have expected?
I mean, there's a couple of teams that obviously we did expect up here. Oath, Wildcard, 303, all got a lot of good kill points, but we see Shoot to Kill down near the bottom. And just right off the bat, to put up a goose egg on game 1, it's not going to feel good. And so I think some of these teams that maybe faltered a little bit, again, this was a really toxic, hard to play circle, especially for some of those teams that land kind of far away from this area, rotated in a little bit late. So, you can kind of understand that. As we even saw the highlights, you just saw team on top of each other, and that made it really difficult for some of them to come out of those fights unscathed. But I mean, that said, I think maybe game 2, if we have a more normal circle, we could start to see, maybe, okay, was that just a fluke game? Or we're going to see some better, stronger plays from these teams that are typically ranked higher? Or is this anybody's game? Have we seen kind of the resurgence of some of these teams that we don't normally see near the top?
Listen, you say normal game. but it's Erangel. Erangel has been anything but normal. Now, before we get into the very next game, we do want to show you a very, very quick video about the nice Pick'em Challenge in PUBG.
PUBG Esports fans, because the Pick'em Challenge is back again, and just in time for the PUBG Continental Series 1, the 2020 PUBG Esports tournament to crown the grand champions of each region. First introduced during last year's PUBG Global Championship, the Pick'em Challenge rewards players with exclusive items for correctly guessing which teams will win. The Pick'em Challenge has changed a bit since last year, so here's a quick breakdown of the event. You'll find the Pick'em Challenge in the updated Esports tab, along with PCS1 player info, team stats, and real-time tournament information. Our 2 Pick'em Challenge games are in each region's tab, where you'll have a chance to predict the winning team or the better result between rival teams. Predicting the winning team is the Pick'em Challenge's main game, where you use your voting coupons to guess the grand champion of each region. You can earn a total of 6 of these coupons by purchasing celebratory items for PCS1. You'll also be able to earn one for free by watching the tournament. Each region where you successfully guess the grand champion will net you 100,000 esports points, which is enough to buy a good chunk of the PCS1 items in the esports shop. The second game, and Pick'em Challenge Newcomer, is open for everyone to play, regardless of how many voting coupons you have. For this game, we'll pit 2 rival teams against each other for you to vote on. Earn your points by successfully predicting which of the rival teams in each region ranks higher. You'll get 2,000 points for each team you successfully predict, so use that to supplement your upcoming big win, or start saving for the PCS1 items you want the most. The PCS1 Pick'em Challenge will run from June 17th to July 2nd for PC fans, and from June 23rd to July 2nd for fans on console, with the special PCS1 items available in the esports shop from July 7th to July 22nd. All esports teams participating in the tournament, including from APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America, can be voted on, and the more you play the Pick'em Challenge, the more chances you have to collect exclusive PUBG Continental Series 1 rewards. Keep an eye out for the final tournament schedule, and we'll see you and your favorite PUBG Pro teams on the battlegrounds.
You heard the man. If you want those nice, tasty skins, you got to play the Pick'em Challenge. So go into PUBG, get the PCS items, use those tickets, and predict on who's the winner is. In fact, if you want to be smart, just listen to who we predict, or rather, don't, because I don't think anyone even thought to pick Fabled. But that's fine. That's fine. We have 19 more games ahead of us. We don't have a lot of time before we are going to be going into game number 2. So I want to ask you both very quickly. Is there anything specific that you want to see happen in the next game? Godspeed.
Consistency from Fabled and Illusion, who also did well that round. I just want to see the teams that really struggled during the group stage, make their presence known here. That's what I'd like to see.
All right, Clover.
A bit of the same. Kind of maybe even Wildcard bring it up a little bit. They had a really good position in that map, but they only picked up 2 kills. So I think some of these teams that are playing a little bit almost too cautiously, now's not the time. We're in the finals, so put your best foot forward. Get kills, get placement points, get those chicken dinners. You've got to show us your best.
Now, I am going to push back a little bit on that because you don't often see a circle like this one. We have seen some crazy circles on Erangel, but this is the first time I've seen this one in a while. So maybe let's wait a little bit before we want to call out our teams for being too aggressive or not, because as we all saw, there were some very awful positions in that game that some teams had to take some, some of the riskiest maneuvers we even saw. Like at the very end, I'm remembering Wildcard just go down into the middle of the road and hide in smokes because they had no other option at that point. But who knows? Maybe I'm just being a little bit of an optimist, which I admit is a bit of a different character for me.
That's weird for you. Yeah, that's super
it's a little weird
for you.
You know what? It's I feel like I have a duty to the audience to be optimistic.
I mean, it's also just the first game, Cam. So I mean, it's just a start. Well, anything could happen, but it was nice to see some of the teams that have struggled in the past do well. So I agree with you.
Yeah.
Which is also weird.
It's also weird. I know. This is strange times we're living in, one must say. So it looks like we are, I believe, still waiting on a couple of moments, a couple of things getting ready, because we want to make sure the next game is happening without a hitch, which means we can talk a little more very briefly. is there any other team that we might also want to be looking at? And I would love if you guys could answer something outside of Sonic's STK and Oath, because surely it won't be long before we start talking almost exclusively about them. Clover, I do remember you mentioning 303 during the match.
You know what? 303 looked really good. They cleared out with that kind of eastern side of the circle who saw Oath kind of push in those teams coming out of Primorsk. Unfortunately, they just lost too many players and didn't quite have the strength to push through the rest of the circles. So I really like to see them kind of continue that on, picking up good points, having good rotations, holding on to the edge. But I mean, again, it's just kind of, we're going to require them to just hold that teamwork together just a little bit more.
I'm looking very quick on previous weeks, and I do remember how 303 started off the group stage in not a great position at all, but it did, like, near the end, they actually started to put up some solid games. On week 3 specifically, where were they? Where were they on week 3? I'm trying to look for them right now, and I just can't seem to find them. Okay, boy, you're going to have to trust me when I say that my memory serves me correctly, that 3-3 got better. So hopefully this is not the end of that. But game number 2 is about to begin, so enough about us. Let's go back to our casters as they go back to Erangel.
Well, hey, everybody. We are back once again, getting ready for game number 2 here on Erangel. Hi, Bog. We got to see a fantastic game number 1, a wheels off circle, which, you know, obviously it's tradition when you and I cast a game that we get a wheels off circle for at least game 1. And then Fabled comes out on top. So all's well and good for Fabled, right? They're going to win the whole thing now.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Let's set the tone, and we're going to stick with it.
Oh, man, if only it were that easy for the Fabled gang. This is why we play 20 total games, and we have just only gotten 1 in the books. So we'll have to see if they can keep things going. I will say though, we've got a little bit of a spy here on this plane for next game, and boy, if you thought last game was wheels off, this plane might be
why
worse.
not do 2 back to back? I guess.
This is rough. This is rough. But you know what? This is what we come in here for. This is what we look for. We want to see how well these teams congeal with rough situations, and boy, right off the bat, that is a rough situation. Now, right off the bat, I think we can already say that we might have a few more teams dropping military here.
Yeah, it looks like we've got ATC coming down to the far south side. We've got Fabled as well coming over to the west side. Obviously, Exodus now going to get boxed in on the military base itself. Obviously, we need to worry about Radiance over in Novo as well, but even coming away from military, look at the south coast here, Porras. Obviously, Zenith now down on the western bridge over towards Ferry Pier. Illusion actually coming all the way down into Primorsk. I mean, this is just... We've carried our Game 1 curse into Game 2, and to be honest, I wouldn't be fully surprised if we see a military circle, or at least, you know, another similar west circle. It's not looking pretty for... Okay, there you go.
Well, there you go. There you go. And we, if they weren't used to playing this part of the map last time, they're gonna be used to it pretty soon here. This one definitely cutting a little bit farther south than it did last time, and a little bit more to the east. We got I don't think we had any military island in it last time.
I was gonna say, you say that, but with that Circle 2 shift last game, this is going to be pretty much a similar setup, right? Even if this one centers up, because the Circle 2 shifted down all the way kind of west of Primorsk, right?
Sure.
And like the center was kind of literally on the beach. So, I mean, thinking about it, this Circle 1 is almost similar to the Circle 2 setup we should see from the previous game, without everybody having that mad dash off the hard shift. So it's going to be interesting to see, with a bad plane, people out of position, how many teams actually look to send it somewhere central around the quarry area, you know, God Compound, you know, within kind of hard shifts territory. To see how many teams we just have a 2-minute loot and then just a dash. And as I say that, at the 2-minute 30 mark, we got wildcard 4 up in a vehicle. I think they may be going... I don't see any helmets there. I see a mutant and no helmets. So I'm guessing they're going to get themselves over to school. But yeah, like I said, we might have a weird scenario here, Poro, where we just get some some scrap looting and then just high prioritized rotations.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, just because of less because of the circle, but majority
the plane.
Because of the plane. Yeah, I mean, you're seeing ATC, who dropped North George last time. They're in South Millie right now. Fabled, who was over in that Razak school area last time, they're down on Military Island as well. Through Zenith, they were in Lippo last game. They're over by Ferry Pier this game. I mean, they're running right on top of Illusion, you can see, as Maluk and the rest of Hardships, they're actually cutting real far south here. Last time they played that Prio kind of over a God Compound over there by I mean, we call it God Compound, I guess, Priority, Sharkfin, that area, wherever they were last time with the 2-2, a little bit farther to the north. They're cutting way farther south this time around, just to be a little bit closer to center. Meanwhile, Oath, they're still way off in the east, leading up around Milton Power, so we'll have to see how late they decide to come in. But either way, I mean, you just predominantly because of the plane path, I don't think we're going to see 64 alive going into Circle 3 this time around.
No, we're just going to get some weird fights that break out in rotation. People looking for things early, as we already see here. Top Dog going to find later. And obviously, Comet's under a bit of pressure. Yaxley actually taking a couple of hits in his vehicle, trying to get up to it. So I actually had the debate the other day. If we get a chance to look at this on the map, what do you call this hill the Comets are going up to right now? Actually, Jason's going to find Yaxley.
I call it Yaxley's grave right now. If Yaxley doesn't give the Hardships decide to push this here, Lobes has position. He doesn't have close support from anybody else here. You can see Maluk has a little bit of a weird angle here. Chubba also coming up from
this is bad for Comets.
Side. And oh my goodness, this is Zenith just taking pot shots here, and they're going to have to body block that. Yeah, Sub-Zero going to go ahead and put himself in a good position here to protect his teammate Victor as well. But look at this, Lobes is pushed up, and Lobes is going to find D-Treats. Immediately gets the down, and the flush comes through as well, but no kickstart. He stole it right out of Lobes' mouth.
Always flush your downs, dude. If that was ranked, I know Lobes wouldn't have let go of Mouse 1 right there. I know for a fact.
Oh, heartbreaking here. But Lobes and Chubba still have a good little position here. Comets does get the res, so they're back to 3 strong. But you can see just on the south part of your mini-map there, Illusion are inside the compound, which I imagine was where Hardships was probably wanting to play around. So they have to give this up for this push here. But look at this. Oh, Sub-Zero.
Oh, no.
They had no line of sight on Sub-Zero. With the quick down, Chubba is going to try to work the tree, and he does! Oh, Sub tries to go for the flush, which was... Oh, man, it was the right play. You feel like it was the right play, especially after seeing what just happened to Chubba. You got to feel like that was the right play. And he just ends up paying the price for it here. J-Sank going to come and provide some support here. Maluk, meanwhile, still holding down the warehouse. It looks like he might have crept up here to provide support off that down, but as soon as Chubba got the flush, Maluk going to retreat. Victor will try to retreat as well, but Chubba's going to find him, and that's it for Comets. They go down in 16th place.
Yeah, just getting caught out there. And you're absolutely right. Sub-Zero there, when he gets the knock, he doesn't see a counter peek from Chubba. Chubba stays behind the tree and almost actually kind of baits it out. And as soon as Sub-Zero went for the flush, that's when Chubba decided to peek. And, I mean, he's caught Sub-Zero with his finger in the pie, so to say, and gets himself a free kill for it.
Yeah, timing is everything. And sometimes timing and fortune just work against you here, as we see Sonics have made their way down, and they've found themselves up on top of the hard shift hill. Profi and H-Win pushing forward a little bit. We remember H-Win dying, was our first death
of the
Grand
death.
Finals.
What an accolade. What an accolade.
I know. Considering all the accolades that H-Win has, that's probably the one he would like to
it's
be
not
called
often.
The least.
It's not often.
I mean, he's the first person to get a throwable melee weapon kill in a competitive game, and he's got a couple other ones there. Oh, look at this! Chubba's actually going to find Win, and Profi's going to trade him out. So Sonic's creeping a little bit farther forward, maybe than they should have, and they're going to run into the uphill duo of Hardships.
this is rough, actually. Maluk having to make his way uphill here. He's actually going to go for a flank over to the south of Profi's position. You see now he's going to have the information whether or not Profi's lurking at these rocks. Maluk can up here. None the wiser, he's actually going to spot out Profi. Doesn't get the down though. This is bad for Maluk now. He's stuck out on a rock with no support, really, no counter angle from his teammates. H-Win still medding over there. Looks like Maluk's not going to get pushed by Profi, and Sonics is just going to pull back. They've got the res now. They don't need to commit to this. They're going to pull away and not give anything away. I like that.
Smart stuff. The retreat grenades coming in handy there. They just throw a couple over to make sure that hard shifts don't push immediately. And they use that opportunity to push away, as Shrimsy had yet to join them at that point. So they were kind of pinned down in a 3v4. Shrimsy has arrived now, and we've seen Sonics do this before, where they pull off of a fight only to re-engage moments later when they feel like they have a better opportunity. So
well, I mean, if they didn't know, obviously before Maluk gets up there, it was actually a 4v2. The fact that 3 of them reset for the res and they didn't push to confirm their own down onto Chuba. I think Chuba found the opening, right? Chuba found the opening and then got traded. So it was interesting that they didn't get kind of the 3-man push on to confirm the kill point, because Maluk and I guess it must have been Lobes was still down at the compound.
Oh boy. Oh, you can see on the southern side of this map right now.
No,
Exodus
Taylor.
trying to push their way through. They've got Elusive, they've got 303, they've got Zenith all around that same area.
Oh,
Taylor
Drassel
goes down. Drassel gets picked out by Innate. Good headshot coming out of here. D-Rich will steal that away as Elusive will turn their attention back towards Pat Caps and the rest of the Exodus squad on the north side there. You can also see ATC, any trolls in the chat, starting to swim their way over from Military Island, and they're swimming right into Elusive here as Wildcard will reposition. Taylor will get flushed out by Elusive, so they will at least get one of those kills. The circle did pop again, and this time, fortunately, a lot kinder, to say the least, to what we saw in game number 1. A lot of teams already decided to crash in the area that is now the center. The others that haven't are now starting to make their way in. Wildcard being one of them, Liberate being another, Tactical 8 being yet another. As they find a nice hill and compound to work around. You can hear gunshots going on in the background. I believe that's Liberate getting absolutely roasted here from range by Sonics with the high hill. Oh, no, Guabi.
The vehicle.
Oh, dear. Guabi loses a tire, starts to spin out, and that's just going to be easy pickings for Profi. As the rest of the Liberate boy, they're going to try to crash in onto Quarry. Looks like they should survive. But, oh, man, 2 down already.
I mean, 2 down, yeah. It's unfortunate for them to get themselves into arguably a very strong position. But not going to be able to do much from there with 2 people, I don't think. Getting out of there is going to be a massive problem just as a duo.
Okay, they are looking. I was curious. I mean, you on circles like this, you figure if you're Elusive, if you're in their position, you're not really ever thinking somebody's going to swim up behind you, right? But they must have got vision of something, or their spider senses are tingling. Something's going on there, because they are all eyes on the coastline, as 303 has all eyes onto the trenches where Microfry and Pat Caps are hiding out. Remember, D-Rich was the one who stole one of the Exodus kills away, but this is a very, very hard position to push here if you're 303, and they've only got 2. The rest of the gang still off to the east here. Looks like Landoon might be coming up now to provide a little bit of support as well, but they've left Honey Badger behind to kind of oversee the compound. So this is a 3-man push onto Microfry and Pat Caps, who are just dug in like a tick right now.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do here? Again, it's a scrappy area, so maybe they can get a couple of lucky knocks, but I don't see them being able to stop this full-on push from 303, because they're the ones playing defensively right now. If 303 just use their numbers advantage and trade, obviously Pat and Micro aren't really in a position to back each other up, given the numbers advantage 303 have. You can see the circle pull up slightly to the northwest, but
Radiance is laughing right now.
They are. And actually, Pat going to peek over here. Maybe actually get ultimate damage. Oh, it's awkward. No. It's awkward, Landoon.
Oh, that was so awkward. He had the flashbang out. Landoon will find the down. And Microfry now, the late addition to this Exodus roster. He's finding himself in the unenviable position of being the solo player. And 303 is still wrapping around. They're going to find him immediately. Voxic will get that down. And Exodus goes out in 15th place.
Yeah, unfortunate to lose Taylor J and Drassel so early on to some vehicle mishaps, I'll say. But Microfy and Pat just getting cleaned up, with ease there. But the 303 push it again. It's a numbers advantage. You can't expect them to do a lot out of that position as a duo.
On the other side of that coin, real clean stuff coming out from 303. That a lot of the times you see pushes like that onto an entrenched position. It takes a lot of time, and you kind of wait too long maybe, and you end up getting third party. But 303 really taking the situation into their hands there and flushing that out with authority. Meanwhile, ATC, they've got two on mainland, but Aguila and Morrow, they're in a rough position right now as Elusive has them pinned on the island. It looks like Marcelic is going to try to come up and provide some support, but does he get eyes on T-Sock?
No.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Quick stuff from T-Sock does spot him out. Marcelic goes down. He'll get flushed. Melon, meanwhile, looks like he might be just getting the call to send it to try to get inside this next circle because they are... that is pretty much their only shot at getting anything in this game at this point.
Yeah, Elusive are leaving this very, very late to try and clean up these kill points. I'm wondering what it's really worth because looking at the circle, they have a lot of ground to cover. And, look at what they're going to be driving into. ATC are actually going to manage to out-rotate them, which, again, is another team for them to deal with once Elusive get their act together and move towards the circle. Again, the south side... You have Fabled set up. They have Illusion set over towards the Oakland compound. Hardshift's in the warehouse. So I don't know what it's worth here, Poro. They've kind of sacrificed a lot to pick up these kill points. They're not really getting them, to be honest.
Maybe the counterpoint to what we were just talking about with 303, whereas 303 made short work of the fight that they were in. Elusive maybe getting a little bit too long considering they were going outside a circle. They do manage to get into the vehicles, though, and they are going to get inside. Just on the southern part here, they fortunately look like they are going to avoid most teams. They do have Fabled just off to their west now, though. Meanwhile, 303 has made a crash. They find a compound. They have 4 kills to their name so far. So 303 looking real strong so far here in the early game of game number 2. But look at that circle. Radiance has the widest split, but now they're going to have to move in, and they're going to have to deal with Sonics. Now, the problem with this, though, is that Sonics, they have a compound. They've got Win on the top. He's got high ground. He's got vision. But depending on what happens here with Oath and Radiance, he will get crashed very shortly. You can see in the kill feed, meanwhile, Elusive is going to get cleaned up here by Fabled.
And that's exactly what I meant. Elusive sacrificing so much to get those kill points. They come in late. No information on the south side of the circle. Just no forward thinking there, unfortunately. Fizzle's the last one left. He's going to have to make a mad dash with the vehicle somewhere. I'm not sure if he can bin it into Quarry or something. We'll have to wait and see. But Fabled's still 4 strong down here on the southwest of the circle. Radiant's actually going to run into by Oath there. Balefrost is going to pull up and get lost. Oh my God. Bale got put down to 1 HP and still put loss on the ground. He does get traded out on McCoy.
This is a huge hard crash. This must have been scouted out by Oath. They must have had an idea that Radiance was very split like this, so they crash immediately on Los. They get the down, they get the flush, they trade out from Bale, but McCoy now is separated from the rest of his squad. He's got the blue closing down on him, and this blue does more than tickle at this point. He's going to find Wolf. No, Wolf will get the down, picks him out of the car, and Batty and Waldo, though, are in a good position to do some gatekeeping, as Batty Lowell coming in real big with 2 downs. Waldo and Batty Lowell still in a good position to gatekeep here. You can see the shots coming in from their backside, though, as Sonics has spotted them out. Wolf, though, is the last one up, as you just said. He's down to half health, and he's going to be coming out of the blue. Radiance, as long as they keep an eye on what's going on, they know at least one more is left. But they do have to worry about Sonics. They do have to worry about getting into this circle.
Yeah, this one tickles.
Oof. Okay, there goes Tactical 8. Getting flushed out by 303, who continues their kill streak going into this game. pushing up on onto the mountainside. They now have 6 kills for themselves. Voxic, looking like Voxic of 2 years ago. And here, 3 kills already. They've got good control over a high ground spot here on the eastern edge, and now Ranger has been spotted out as Illusion is kind of just camping out this compound right now. You gotta wonder if maybe Illusion missed an opportunity to maybe take this high ground, or if maybe Hardships was just keeping them pinned down.
I like this though from Maluk. He's trying to get some information on their side of Quarry, the actual Quarry itself. Just taking a little look. Obviously, this is a good example here of why Maluk is so rated as an IGL. Just the forward planning he puts into the macro for that team. Wolf has actually managed to find himself a
dead center circle.
Yeah.
He finds himself a motorcycle at the perfect opportune time. And now we rat. We snake. We see what we can get. That is exactly what Oath needs from Wolf right now. As things have kind of tapered off a little bit here towards the latter half of the mid-game. As we're down to just 33 alive, but the new circle has pulled down to the southeast.
Nice.
And you can see Radiance already getting spotted here by Sonics, but Hardships are feeling fantastic. If they can keep a good hold over the top of this ridge line, as well as the warehouses, they're going to be in a great position moving forward.
Yeah, and Radiance unfortunately going to get pinned to this baddie again. No point in work from Radiance. Is going to get Mime down. Mime actually crawling back for the res right now. Don't think they're going to force the issue just yet. H1 is going to take a little tag from baddie as well. There's some damage at range coming in from Profi on the top of the hill. That's going to force baddie back. Potentially look for this res onto Waldo, but this is tricky here. There's what was that, a stun? Somebody just stunned in there to maybe... Did he get the res off?
I believe the Sonics got the res onto mine, but Batty was
Waldo,
not able to get the res onto Waldo.
Okay.
He was worried about the shots from Profi, and here comes Wildcard as Profi tried to push them away from the fight as they were making a rotation from the northern part of Quarry.
I like this. I like this from Wildcard.
Keenan's gone down. You can see he's bleeding out. Looks like they might try to get the res here, but they are getting pressured here from STK, who is not yet inside the circle.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say that. That's a heads-up play from Wildcard. They saw Sonics had pulled 3 people down to the north side to try and hold Radiance, and they were looking at that from the compound down in the middle of the open there. As soon as they saw that pressure and that in the kill feed, they immediately crashed up onto the hill, smoked themselves off, got themselves a spot. STK are pressuring Sonics back, and now look at the circle. Sonics are literally on the edge here. Ayla's actually going to find Profi. Jazz is going to steal that one away for free. Now the hold on to Sonics.
Oh, this is a good push from Wildcard, but it's turning around really quickly now as Win is going to find another down, but look at Keenan coming from the low angle. Sharp Shot goes down as well. Pentalol has next to no health right now. Keenan, a lot riding on him, but in the feed, in the map on the bottom, you can see STK starting to make their way around. They know what's going on. This is looking like 3 kills for them to come in third party, as Mime will take a few shots at Keenan, poke his head down. Here comes STK. They are dead fast running to try to make sure that they get up here in time to get something off of this.
Wildcard on the reses.
Wildcard trying to go for both of these reses right now. Mime is all by himself. The other Sonics players have been flushed out. Mime, I'm not sure if he is reading what's happening here. It looks like he's going to try to go. Yeah, he's just going to go from smoke to smoke at this point as the blue is pushing in, but they've got STK right on top of him. Wildcard still fully looking at Mime. That Molly's not going to find where it needed to as it goes just past the smoke cloud. Shoot to kill will come up over the top. They're going to spot heads. Not going to land anything just yet. Mime will get spotted out by Jazza. That's going to be it for Sonics. They go out in 9th place. STK repositioning now, though. Look at this. Civ and Luke holding the line while Purdy and Alo try to make a wrap around. This is good nades coming out from the STK boys, but this is something that we've grown accustomed to seeing from them. The Throwables Kings, the Iron Men of PUBG, as Toffees calls them, or so named them years ago. And the name has stuck, and for good reason. And here comes the push. Shoot to kill makes their way through the smokes. The reses have come off. Wildcard haven't gotten the heals off just yet. And this might be an even strength fight. Uncivil will find one, but he gets traded out immediately. Jazz is very, very low, though, as he will flush out Civ. Purdy will trade him back, though. 3 up now for Shoot to Kill, and they're going to finish off the flight. Good push here from Shoot to Kill, costing them 1 player, but netting them 4 kills overall.
That was, again, I was actually hyping up Wildcard there for that move. But again, SDK seeing that cleanup on Sonics took so long, they just had a free push onto that hill. And they knew as long as mine was alive, Wildcard were going to be occupied with finding them. And that gave them an opening to push the hill. And SDK executing that third party absolutely perfectly.
Very well played, as they now have earned the entire northern part of this circle to themselves. You can see all the teams are basically hanging out in the southeast right now. You've got a couple over in the southwest, and that's going to be Fabled and Liberate. This looks like it's going to be... Oh, no, Tanaka goes down to the Molly. Lush, can he trade it out? No, Greg Shot will come in huge as we see, once again, a kill feed filled with barrels. 6 kills now for Fabled as they, again, look to back up their Game 1 performance with a good, strong performance here in game number 2, and it's looking good so far, as Hardships will now run into Illusion as they have finally tried to make their way out of their compound. Top Dog looks like he's going to try to go for the res, but no, he's going to get spotted out by Maluk, and that is Hardships picking up some more kills here. I'm not sure what they're sitting on overall. 9 kills overall right now for Hardships, as they are looking very strong here in day 1.
That's, I mean, really, again, Hardships absolutely identifying an option. An opportunity to push up onto the hill there and just picking Illusion apart, using their numbers. Again, just pushing 4 onto the one guy on Illusion that was kind of playing anchor, watching the compound. And Hardships spot that out, and they absolutely go for it now. Actually, the circle about to post.
Oh, no.
As he going to pull over to Hardships. And, yeah, Wolf will finally get spotted out. You can see Maluk, though, open up onto... Not sure who that is on SDK, but not landing too much damage just yet. But Hardships relatively strong position here. They're running kind of a little 2-2 split, or a little buddy system, I guess, and they're trying to sweep around to get as much control of this circle as possible.
Oh, and
they have a really good dip that's pretty much in the center of this. So I'm not sure how SDK are going to close the gap, because right now none of them are actually in. D-Rich is still an issue on the outside of the circle as well. You can see Greg Shot doing something. I'm
not sure.
I'm intrigued to see where this goes, but
as you see the entirety of Hardships and Shoot to Kill just follow the engine.
They heard that, and they're like, "Oh, there's a vehicle in Phase 7."
Well, he had to do something. He had the blue pressing down on him, and Purdy Curdy and Luke had pretty much dead eyes on the valley where they took out Hella. So Greg Shot does manage to stay alive a little bit longer here. But I'm not sure how much longer. He's got a bit of a tree to hide behind. Lopes is going to get him down to half HP, though. A lot of the Hardships coming down here to take care of Greg Shot, kind of giving up control of that center part of the circle that they just had, and kind of allowing SDK to start making their way in from that northwestern side.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, SDK has also gotten, at least one of them have gotten an armor upgrade as they get a free crate. Greg Shot will try to survive a little bit longer here as the blue collapses on him. And he is just going to go down to the blue, not give that point away.
I mean, just something crucial here. That whole distraction Greg Shot created, like you said, gave Kurt the opportunity to push up, but there's a rock and a dip just over on that west side of the circle. And you can see Kurt has now managed to kind of channel his way in to a fairly good spot. And you can see the dip I was talking about now with this bird's eye camera. You can see Chubba is holding the low ground, but Kurt has managed to get himself into such a strong position here. And Hardships have kind of had to give up. They've got 3 stacked down to the south side. Maluk's still up kind of central, and Circle's going to post up slightly off to the north. But now Kurt needs to be careful, because the edge of the circle is going to bring all 3 of these Hardships members together.
We also have that third variable of D-Rich hiding on that northern side, 4-3-0-3. They've had a great game up until now. They've dropped down to 1, and D-Rich going to manage to get a few more placement points for them as they've managed to make the top 3. Hardships trying to find any angle here. SDK, though, playing this very safely, reading this really, really nicely. As you can see, Alo trying to see if he can come out and spots something. Might be able to get an angle on Chuba if Chuba overpeaks that rock, but it looks like he's not going to. So Hardships will just regroup and just try to work this from the easternmost edge of the circle into the center, rather than give up any angles here. Really interesting terrain, as you said, around this part of the circle, as there's so many hills and dips left to play. And this is where it starts getting danger. You can see D-Rich is just hiding there. Maluk, oh, now he's got J-Sank as well. If one of these guys, look at J-Sank, doesn't even have his weapon out, just no indication whatsoever that there might be a solo snake up here.
I mean, this is the thing. D-Rich is a huge variable in this endgame here, but Maluk, I know for a fact, one of the best players at monitoring the kill feed in competitive PUBG in North America. So, I mean, I can only put this down to Hardships playing this so slow because they know it's 4v3v1. Maluk is one of those players you got to trust has the information of what exactly is going on here. So maybe they're biding their time. They're waiting for maybe the solo to get spotted out by the 3-man, or for the solo to kind of rear his head almost and kind of make a move. But right now, D-Rich is in a pretty deadly position if you look at where he is behind Hardships. J-Sank, no idea that he is there.
He's about to be made aware here very shortly as D-Rich has had to leave his rock. The circle is pushing in. Here come the smokes. They're just going to throw him down right in the center. This is pretty standard at this point. You throw the smokes in and you just play the edges, trying to see if you can peek around it, using it as soft cover, essentially. As Luke 12 and Alo will wrap around
Luke
the
might
north
find
side.
D-Rich here.
Yeah, D-Rich slow walking. There you go. He's going to get spotted out. So D-Rich at the end does manage to get third place for his squad, but doesn't end up being an influencing factor onto this fight. Now as Purdy Curdy will find out Chuba get him down to below half HP. That's a good follow-up. Oh! Throwable. Look at this. Have we talked about it or have we talked about it? These guys and their throwables are just so on point. Chuba will get knocked to that Molotov. Purdy Curdy, meanwhile, holding down the edge. They've left Alo to work the center. Luke on the north side. It's basically Luke versus J-Sank. Purdy versus Lobes. And right in the middle, it's going to be Purdy. He's going to find Maluk.
Nice
he gets the
spray.
down. Good spray coming out from him.
Oh,
J-Sank
Luke.
goes down as well. And here comes Lobes. Lobes will trade it out. And he will get the flush as well onto Purdy Curdy. So another point picked up for Hardships. But it is down to essentially a 2v1 here as Maluk is bleeding out. Lobes just has the smokes to work around. And here come the throwables. Alo and Luke side by side. They're going to find him.
Luke.
That's going to be a flush there. And shoot to kill will get their first win of the day. Their first win of the finals here in game number 2.
That was absolutely fantastic. Kurt absolutely just instantly negating their numbers advantage there. That opening pick was absolutely huge. And you can see right there, the rest of SDK swivel round after cleaning up the solo actually. So Kurt was holding down Anchor solo versus 3 members of Hardships there. So, I mean, that was just incredible end game play from SDK.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, both of these teams. I mean, as you were talking about Maluk, I mean, these guys, Hardships have been around forever. These are all very cerebral players. They know how to play these circles. You saw it exactly. I mean, it was basically 2 teams that knew exactly what to do in that situation.
Yeah.
Basically coming down to who got vision on who first and who could land their shots the quickest and shoot to kill, once again proving that they are just on top of their mechanics right now, getting those 2 quick downs. And oh my god, the molly, the Molotov.
Throwables, dude. Throwables.
STK and throwables. I mean, it was a meme for a long time.
It
but,
still is. It
still is, but they're so damn good at it. They're just so damn good at it. And every single time it seems like they get more value off of their utility in that team, it feels like, than any other team in the league.
Yeah, by far. We see it just time and time again of just textbook examples of throwable use.
Ridiculous stuff. Well, Shoot to Kill will get their first win of the day. Hardships, a nice 10-kill performance in second place as well. And I want to give another shout-out again to 303 for getting that top 3 spot with 7 kills. But we're going to throw it to the analyst desk to give you codes and analysts of that game.
Codes are correct. Codes are right. We are giving more of those away. We're going to do that before we go into the game because we know that's going to be super duper distracting. So, back on the code. Act fast. Go now. It is UUZU. Y. I believe that's 06Q3MEC. And I am confirming that that is a 0 before the 6. That is the number, not the letter. So go. Type that in. Type real quick. Typey. Let's go. I'm hearing some clicks in my ear, so I know we're all getting on board that train. So, but let's talk about the game because we wouldn't have these esports codes, wouldn't have these esports tickets, which is what the code is for, by the way. It is for a ticket. It's not for the skins themselves. It is for a ticket to use during the pick'ems, so definitely don't forget to do that. But we wouldn't have those tickets if we didn't have these players. And let's talk about these games. And let's just jump immediately into highlights because God knows I've ruined the opening to this desk already. So I will let both of you take it away. I'm going to need a reset and a palate cleanser after that.
That's all right, because it is time for highlights, Godspeed. And I know as well, kind of right off the bat, we saw a lot of teams rotating into one another. You and I kind of talked about this as well. We were watching is just how many teams were up on this hill to start, as well as a couple teams that were coming in from the south for military. You can see right here this wild card at Sonic's play as STK kind of came in from the backside as well.
Yeah, STK I believe came in from the north, and they had a really nice little third party, and they got a good amount of kills from this as well to start out. I think they had 5 going into the last battle before they even picked off the solo that was the 303 member. There was also a few fights that we saw that happened on the south side towards like not necessarily Prim, but to the east of it, where we saw, I believe it was Elusive. Who was the other team?
I think it was Any Trolls in Chat.
Any Trolls in Chat, Elusive. Yeah, we saw a lot of teams kind of congregate and meet themselves on the northern and southern edge coming in from the circle. And that hill, luckily enough, though, for a lot of these teams, it is vast enough to kind of field multiple teams. But then obviously we saw that they started to close in on each other and cannibalize.
All right, yeah, it was another game we also should mention that is on the southern, specifically the southwest part of the map in the southern plain. I mean, I don't know what to expect anymore. I think Erangel might be keeping us on the south for the entire time because they do not want to.
I don't know. I mean, you might be caster cursing it, and we'll go Stalber next. So
True.
You never know. But
you're not allowed to bring attention to it. You're ruining it. I was doing it on purpose. No, but I do want to talk about the top teams there while we, of course, look over the leaderboard to see exactly how the points have stacked up. And in first place, as we all saw, well, that's us.
Ooh.
Leaderboard.
We're
first place. It's STK. We all remember that it was STK. 10 kills at the end of all that. 20 points. So they're going to be mirroring the points gained by Fable. When I was watching, my own opinion, they played this a little differently than we used to see them play it. In fact, before they entered the end game, I kind of expected them to have more kills. But Clover, you had a different take on the situation.
You know, it was just kind of, I honestly, I've even lost my take. There was just so much chaos going on, again, with one of these circles where you've just got everybody coming in from different angles, really struggling to hold some of these positions, but, you know, kind of taking another look at these top 5 kills. Look, we've got 303 up here, Hardships, STK, and it's only 4, 4, 4, 4, and 3, so we're, you know, kind of getting a good spread here, but STK and Hardships, these are the two teams that we didn't really see bring a whole lot last game, so it's good to see them up here right now.
It is, and Voxic as well for 303. See, didn't I call that they were on the upswing? And here they are. They were able to make it into third place, and the damage looks a little different, but it's still going to be STK and Hardships, which is naturally going to be the case because they did, of course, well, they made it into the top 2. Usually, the longer you last in the game, the more damage you're allowed to really give out.
I mean, that's true. Hardships did make it to the end of the game, and I'm very curious to see if this is more or less them starting to get more comfortable, because Hardships has always kind of been that team where it doesn't seem like they're doing necessarily stellar, but they're quietly gathering points and, you know, climbing the leaderboards, and I'm just hoping that this is kind of a trend that they continue, whereas not only are they climbing slowly, but they're actually getting into, you know, the top 3 positions and getting a good amount of kills like they did that game.
Okay. After total leaderboard after the first 2 games, Fabled are still on top with 31 total points. That's a 10-point lead. It's only been 2 games, and for the only team that has made it into the top 5 position consistently, it's not too much of a shock. But for it to be Fabled, I think that's a big surprise to a lot of us. And Hella on top of total kills, it's only 6 after 2 games. It's nothing, and it's only 1 point ahead of almost everyone else in the top 5. But 3 and the hardships.
No, I mean, really, 2 games in, I think it's hard not to discount it as well. Hella, she's worked really hard for this as well. You can see even in damage as well. Already breaking 1,000. I mean, if I look back at groups, there was a lot of times where she made really hesitant plays. We'd see her get a lot of kind of into these fights, but fall short. So I'm not sure what it was that Fabled has been working on for this last week, but it's working so far 2 games in. I just want to see them hold on to this momentum. I mean, Chuba as well, again with hardships, Voxic, D-Rich, 303. These are the teams that wouldn't normally be expecting to sit this high up. These are the teams that were kind of in that middle, low range for the group stages, but at the same time, too, I mean, if you look at some of the top teams, it's possible, did they get too comfortable? Or they now maybe don't have so many of those lower place teams that were sent down to challengers to farm for points? I mean, there's a lot of variables here that you could kind of go into, but regardless, Fabled is taking advantage of what's been thrown at them so far.
Yeah, I definitely agree that it does look to be a new Fabled, and one that I think everyone will be excited to see because, of course, the more action you bring to us as audience members, the more we love you because we are very, very greedy on what we want to see. We want to see that bloodshed. We want to see that violence because we're hedonistic by nature. I did want to quickly throw back to you, Godspeed. You mentioned the hardships, how they slowly been accumulating points during the group stage. Which is why, unfortunately, I think we mentioned this, how we haven't really talked about them as much as we feel like we should have. But I remember you talking about them specifically in this game while we were watching it, how they played the end game. Do you want to help bring us through that?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure if I don't want to call them out for maybe hesitation, but I do feel like they could have had much more circle control towards the end there. I think up to that point, they played really, really well. I mean, they were racking up kills. They were playing really well off of each other as well. I do think maybe at the end they might have slipped up, allowing SDK to have that much room in the final circle to start to kind of get around them. Obviously, Kurt with a really nice pressure knock onto Chuba was really big in opening up that fight for them. But yeah, I just feel like maybe in the end, Hardships could have had a little more control, could have not necessarily even spread themselves thin, but kind of controlled their edges a little more of the blue. Overall, though, still really impressed with how they played that game.
Yeah, no, and I think that they're not too upset by it themselves, despite being 10 points behind. Second place is still second place. And when you have to deal with yet another circle in the same position like they did, constantly going back to the same area can be a little frustrating, a little rough. It's not too much longer before we're going to go into the third and final Erangel game of the day. And I need to bring up, we've talked about a lot of other teams so far. The team that we haven't really talked about too much is the Sonics. Oath had a surprisingly solid first game despite getting 0 placements. They had 8 kills, and then they also were able to climb somewhat towards the middle of the pack once again. But the Sonics in the first 2 games, if I'm remembering correctly, they haven't really been doing a lot, Clover. Is that like particularly shocking to you?
You know, I think as well, we've kind of see them push in together as a team, and they're pushing into the zone on these kind of angles where multiple teams are coming in at the same time. We did see a really nice kind of extension and peak from Profi that last match while he tried to stay alive and get more information for the squad, but unfortunately they were just too out in the open and visible to some of those teams down in Quarry. That said, I mean, these, again, it's been really weird circles, especially for them, dropping in Pachinki, rotating back out. So I think if you could just shake it off, get back in it, to have one good game, we could really see them pop off once they feel comfortable. But if they struggle for this next Erangel match, it could spell trouble for today.
Yeah, so I think we're in agreement there. We're going to quickly mark it down as a product of the map and not 100% on their shoulders, which, biased, we did pick them as our picks, so that might be influencing our thoughts here on this one. Now, I mean, I think that's going to be it for us right now. Unless you guys have anything else to go to, we're going to throw it once again to our Erangel commentators, Porosaurus and Hypoc, take us in through the third match.
Hello, everybody. Once again, we are back for our third match of the day, third match on Erangel. We've got Fabled in the lead after 2. Who would have thought? Hypoc.
Definitely not
man.
me. Definitely not me. No, it is. And again, I'm hoping we're not going to see a similar, a repeat of history, so to say. We already talked about it earlier on today. Fabled making a really good impression week 1 last time, and then it kind of dropping off. But this is absolutely what you want to do. And even now, for the rest of the day, just pick up your average point per game target, and they're going to kind of coast for the rest of the day, honestly, because they've done the hard work already. They've got themselves on the board.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, whenever Fabled had their good week in the group stages, there in week 1, they weren't this high up. They weren't in first place.
No,
they were top 5, but first place wasn't a thing that they were even sniffing. So so far so good. I mean, and what's crazy to me about it really is the fact that we've had 2 very similar circles back to back, and neither one of those are Fabled. That's not a Fabled circle necessarily.
No.
That's a Hardshift circle. And Hardships is in second, which is not really surprising, but you would have definitely thought maybe you would see Hardships a little bit higher there. But you know what? Second place, that's good stuff after 2 games. And look at that. We're going to get the exact same.
So much. What is it with us, dude? What is it with us?
I don't know. Look at us.
Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Not me. Not me. That's for sure. Well, who'd have thought Fable being first? Not me, but they are proving everybody wrong so far, and they're feeling good doing it. Hella in the kill lead right now and the damage lead, as we finally see her starting to manifest some of that talent we've known that she's been in possession of for a long time.
Go on, Alo.
What are you
Go on,
even
Alo.
doing, Alo? Are you
No, I love
serious
it.
right now?
Absolutely love it.
Just right on the belly and just let that DP sing.
Yep.
Love to see it. All right. Cool, we're not going Southwest again. We get a little bit of something different here. That's nice to see. We got some of the military island in play, and I'll be honest with you, IPOC, we've seen games like this cut south.
Yeah, crazier things have happened. That's for sure. If it's an option in a game we're casting, then it's a strong possibility. Actually,
it feels that way sometimes, doesn't it? It feels get that cursed feeling from time to time. But you know what? It's not necessarily a curse to us, because we enjoy it.
I love it.
I'm eating this up. It's fantastic. I mean, we see the Oath boys doing the long drop into their normal loot location of Milta Power. This is a circle that favors them a little bit more. Kind of seen them, I guess, wheels not necessarily spinning, as they are in 6th place with 13 points, but... 2 circles that didn't really go in there. D-Rich.
Okay, what is going on here?
You know what? This is, once again, we're seeing a team that did really well in the first game lose their player in game, like the first player of game 2. Or the next game. It's crazy. It's crazy how that works out, doesn't it?
Just to come back to Oath, though, we've seen them. I mean, last game was unfortunate. Radiance playing off the Circle 2 hard shift, still getting stuck up by Observatory, and Oath again, I guess, expecting...
They crashed that, though.
Well, Circle 3 was a hard shift back down to the south, so I don't doubt that they knew a team was up there. But again, if you're going to kind of go all in on a fight on the edge of the circle, playing off the opposite end hard shifts, you've got to expect that there's going to be a team kind of dug in. And Radiant's absolutely flipping that kind of crash on its head. Waldo and Baddie putting in some good work there, trading 3 for 2 with Oath. And Wolf obviously manages to get himself a center position. But they've looked good in terms of team fighting, Oath. They've looked aggressive, and they obviously the game 1 we saw them do really, really well on that first circle. But again, going out a bit early, not really accumulating any placement points. But hopefully, again, this is a much more forgiving circle. Maybe Snakers isn't going to be in Twitch chat by the 13th minute talking about him, but hopefully here they can make themselves a good play into the circle. They've landed late, but they are in the first circle. Obviously, they get absolutely kitted coming out of Milta Power. So if they can sacrifice some of that rotation time, get themselves into a strong position, maybe we're going to see them actually put some points on the board for the last Erangel game.
It'll be good stuff. As you said, this is the last Erangel game before we head over to Miramar and before we switch up on our casting duo and we let the glorious Godspeed and Clover take over for the remainder of the day while we go sit on the analyst desk with kick our feet up and talk with Cam about what we would have done
entertain
differently.
Cammy.
Yeah,
entertain Cammy. Yeah.
Basically, well, Hardshift's having to make a little bit longer of a rotation this time, which is to say longer than 50 feet.
Yeah,
the circle.
They've left God Compound in Circle 1, basically.
Yeah, essentially, that's pretty much what we're looking at. Well, while all these guys are making their rotation, I know it's been about 5 minutes, so Twitch chat probably has forgotten. So let's do a quick reminder that your PCS Pick'em Challenge voting coupons will be displayed immediately following this game. Tapping, and there are no Twitch commands. There are no coupon codes in the chat. There are none of that. So just hang out, chill with us, enjoy a little bit of PUBG, and right at the end of this game, when we cut over to the desk, we'll show you that coupon to get you some glorious EP, so you can try to get your hands on those gold skins, which are pretty sick.
I was going to say, at the same time, if it makes you feel any better, you can keep spamming exclamation mark coupon. If you'd like. It's not going to do much though. I've had the chat up, and there's been a lot of exclamation mark coupons.
Well, I understand. Everybody's here. Everybody wants to get a little coupon here, and I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate y'all watching this. Hopefully you enjoy some of this and come back and hang out next week when we have our conclusion of our grand finals. Meanwhile, we see Fabled and Exodus already running into each other here. This is the bridge camp that has been threatening to happen for the last 2 games here.
Yeah.
It finally looks like it's popping off a little bit here. Fabled got a little bass in their voice after getting first place after 2 games. They're going to try to camp a bridge and maybe get something off of Exodus here.
Nail on the head there, Paul. This is kind of the situation you want to. Well, I said the kind of gameplay you want to see from Fabled here. They're like, look, we've got nothing to lose now. We've got points on. We can probably scratch out a game with 0 points or whatever if it goes wrong. But right now, Exodus, they're down at the bottom of the pack. They're 3 points in total, 15th place. Fabled have that confidence buffer right now, and this is the thing I like to see. I like to see teams adapting, setting up, playing things differently. They haven't got to worry about, oh my God, we've got to get points on the board. We've got to get into Circle 1, get ourselves a strong compound. I absolutely love to see that. It's unfortunate for Exodus. It's painful to watch if you're an Exodus fan, but looking like they're not going to get punished too hard. But I absolutely love that kind of thing coming out from Fabled.
I will say that with very, very few exceptions, as far as statistics go, teams that are in the top 5 tend to get more points per game when they're in that top 5 than they do when they're not in that top 5. And that is to say pretty much exactly what you just said, right? You're in that good position, you're feeling that confidence, you're feeling you're feeling that kind of stuff going your way. And it just makes you more likely to take those high-risk, high-reward plays and actually see some reward off of them. Meanwhile, SDK, they're making their wrap in from that South George looting location. They've gone all the way up to the north side of Yasnaya, coming in from the north side, which is fairly clear. Nothing really a whole lot up there for them to run into other than the occasional rock. Purdy Curdy, we see you. Yeah, you are definitely not at 100% health there, are you, Kurt? Those rocks just jump out of nowhere, don't they? But, SDK, they've been looking pretty good so far. Obviously they get the Game 2 win, but for the fact that they've gotten these 2 circles off these poor planes, Yaxley. He's going to run right into Radiance, and Radiance not going to get the down. Oh, my goodness. 10 HP. And he actually survives to see another day, but unfortunately his future days are going to be spent being surrounded.
He's out in no man's land as well. That's the problem. It's a long way from the rest of Comets.
It is quite an issue. Yeah, the rest of Comets just off to the west. Looks like the new circle about to pop. Let's see if we get anything weird. Nope. Okay. We're going to play it safe.
Okay.
So everybody all our IGLs can kind of breathe a sigh of relief here. As we see a few teams kind of right on top of each other here. 303 and ATC. You can see right in the dead center around the junkyard compound there just south of the museum. And yeah, here we go. The fight's breaking out. Landoon already going down. Aguila going to land those quick shots. Honey Badger trying to work the wall here. He's going to find Aguila, trade it out, and he's going to try to reposition, get into the thing. No, Melon will stop that immediately. We'll get the down onto Honey Badger. And where is the rest of this squad? I do not know. I do not see them on the map.
Well, 303.
Are they gone? Are they done?
They're gone. They're just
gone?
got eliminated. Honey Badger was the
my
last.
goodness.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Screw me. Man, I don't know what happened there. I saw that they lost D-Rich first. I thought they had 3 up. But, wow. Good take there by ATC, as they will lose 1, unfortunately, but they will pick up 2 kills for themselves. And now I think they're actually getting shot at from range here by, of all teams, STK, as STK has made their way in. Oh, okay. Yep, Maro's going to go down to Sib there as Zenith tries to make their way through.
Oh,
and
no.
no.
Leta
is just going to get his pocket picked as Sharp Shot finds him. And look at this. Keenan is actually in the dip, ready and waiting for them to come. And he's going to find 1. Can he find 2? Yes, he can. Keenan, the freest kills of his life. And Zenith just gets destroyed in 15th. This is not what we were expecting from this Zenith squad.
I mean, that's 2. Is that 2 of our top 6 teams out?
That is 4th and 5th out in 1st and 2nd here in game number 3. This is a grand finals that has been delivering so far as parity, as we see teams from all up and down the spectrum really coming in clutch and also falling up short at different times here. Take a look at Sonics over there on Death Road, spotting what they can see. Exodus, meanwhile, has made their way into the northwestern part of the circuit. You can see Hard Shifts just off in the distance. Well, you can shoot to kill, just ADR farming from their position at this point. Getting a few more knocks in that kill feed. Looks like Microfry doing a little bit of scouting around, seeing if anybody shoots at him from the hill. He will take a few shots there from the Hard Shift, so he's going to know that that is occupied. Taylor J has already been sent to a compound just south of here. But again, Exodus just kind of playing the edge of the circle, which I guess when you wrapped all the way down from military all the way to the northwest part of through Razak here, you kind of what you want to do, huh?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it now, again with the position, obviously there's a lot of teams prioritizing the north side here. I'd hate for this one to pull all the way to shelter because, I mean,
I feel like you're saying you'd hate it, but you really wouldn't hate it. You like it.
I mean, I actually would, because it's just going to mean there's going to be a load of players that die out on the edge over on the north side, because we know how dead space it is going up above the museum, the new museum area, and obviously shelter's a terrible place to have to crash into. Luckily, there we go. We are going to see it pull back up. That's a fantastic shift for SDK, though. They've obviously got themselves the yellows. Sorry, actually just south of the liquid or ghost compound, whatever you like it. Unsilver and Luke over on the hill kind of controlling that. So they've got a nice little 2-2 split here. You've got to be careful that nobody identifies that. You can see Hard Shifts over to the west, maybe going to try and get information out of that. If they only see 2 people in the compound there, it could be a potential crash. I'm not sure Hard Shifts would risk it for it, but we do see Wildcard now actually come towards Junkyard, and we know it's ATC here from before.
Yeah, ATC have 2 split off here. Melon in the house, and that's a good molly right off the bat. They're going to cover off that angle, and yeah, he's just burning alive right now. Oh, no, he's down. There he goes. Look at that. The flames rise higher as Melon gets roasted. Quite literally. Aguila's still alive, though. Just off in the side. So, Wildcard will have to be careful about how they play around this compound. They do realize that that was not an insta-down, so they know probably that Aguila's going to be around here somewhere. If they've been keeping track of their kill feed, they might have some better information. Meanwhile, just touching again on that SDK split, that is a very aggressive split. That's saying we want to get kills. And that's
what you want to see from SDK, though, honestly.
From SDK. I mean, kind of on the flip side, just off to their east, you've got Oath doing the 2-2 with Museum and Alamo, and that's a split that we've seen since the dawn of time, but it's one that hasn't really ever yielded a whole lot of kills. I mean, it's very safe, but
I mean,
other than that, it's you don't really get a whole lot off of it.
Yeah, it is, and fully expecting this one obviously to kind of end over to the west, as usually we kind of see him pull towards the hill, but Oath Split controls so much open ground, as we see actually Comet sending it up onto Volcano Prio here. Actually, Yaxley and D-Tree's going to get themselves, once the outside of the building, Sub-Zero going to try and pull up into Volcano itself. This is aggro from Sub-Zero. If he can find a pick here, it's going to be lucky, but Maluk ready to greet him. Going to send the nade down. Sub-Zero lands a headshot, but now you can see Chubba coming over to try and help. SDK, Alo actually going to find Maluk.
Oh, that was such a huge down. And JSEC will trade out Sub-Zero, so that will be good news for Hardships. But as you can see, I mean, SDK still shooting from range here as D-Treats and the rest of the boys now coming up over the top. They're going to be throwing all the utility they have. And look at this. JSEC will find D-Treats, Lobes, and Chubba coming up from the side. They're going to find a perfect angle. And somehow Fizzle has just been shooting at this from range in the back the entire time. Not sure what he's doing there. I mean, the rest of his team is way up north. Maybe he just got pinched off by the push from Hardships. Just inappropriate timing, unfortunately, for him. But Victor's still alive for Comets, but he is the last one. You can see him just off to the south there. As Tactical 8 also in a really wide split, and they're getting pushed on by Sonics and Exodus at the same time.
Yeah, and Sonic's looking to punish this down up on the hill, as well as actually Exodus here, kind of caught up in Hacker Compound with the other half of Tactical 8. As we just said, Sonic's are pressuring them on top, and actually Grizzly going to get spotted out in Grandma's house here. Drassel landing the headshot with the barrel there, but William inside going to get the Taylor J. And then going to fall back. He didn't get the flush, so William now actually going to put... Oh, yeah, unlucky. He got caught with a nade, flash in his hand, sorry there. So that's going to be William going down. And we know there's no support from Tactical 8 possible there. Steezy already down at the secondary Alamo. So Exodus going to get themselves an opportunity to reset. They did lose one in the push here onto Hacker. So it's only going to be the three-man of Pat, Taylor, and Drassel left to fight out here. But Sonics have, you can see it just on the minimap there. They've kind of solidified their position up on the hill. And this is what I was talking about. Steezy down at the secondary Alamo. He's pretty much safe as long as he doesn't get crashed. But
he's going to get crashed.
Exodus's next move, logically, is to crash him.
Yeah, he's going to hold this down for as long as he can. Maybe, hopefully, do what William couldn't, and maybe be able to flush out at least a down. Yeah, like I mean, as you said, Exodus kind of counting their blessings there that Taylor J didn't get flushed. As you see, Radiance trying to make their way, trying to find somewhere on this northeastern side, but you got Illusion and Fabled both holding the edge. Radiance gonna get up on top of Heaven, probably just to do a little bit of scouting. This is outside of the circle.
Illusion is set up for them, though. Illusion have actually actively moved out here. Yeah. Have they scouted this rotation? They're looking to put a trap along the outside of the road here. Icy Flex and Freeme have come right the way over to this side of the circle. But I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get anything off it unless Radiance drives straight at them.
Oh, look at that. Steezy. He found Profi. So well, that feels bad. Love's going to steal it away from him. Meanwhile, Wildcard, you can see, has done the 2-2. They have the south side for themselves. Illusion, meanwhile, as you said, trying to camp out this Radiance rotation.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Yep, they're mad. They killed Profi. This is Steezy. You can do your best here. Let's see what he can get. Can he get anything else off of it? Good pressure here from Sonics.
The mollies in, he's
trying
on
to
fire.
use the mollies. Yeah, that's smart stuff. That's smart stuff.
Good night, Steezy.
Yeah, you did your best, buddy. That's good use of utility. That's the way you want to flush out a rat. There is now Radiance. Oh no, Illusion. We're so well set up for this, it seemed, and Radiance is just punching him right in the mouth, and Illusion has no answer right now. Icy Flex has gone down. Free Me Please down to half health. And Ranger on the other side is going to find something. He's going to find Los at least.
This is a good opportunity for Freeme now, though. Off that knock, Freeme needs to be the person to make a move here, though, because Ranger cannot support. He's actually going to get a second knock. Baddie is going to fall. Freeme, please. Now in a really strong position to actually swing onto the He's going to get Waldo down. This is fantastic from Illusion here. They've lost two, but they might be able to recover and win out this team fight. Loss is going to get knocked to the blue again. Actually, McCoy, there you go. Ranger will clear it up. There you go. Illusion getting all 4 kills there. scrappy. They've taken casualties, to say the least, but they do come out on top of that. They invested a lot in that rotation camp, Poro.
Very, very scrappy. And as you said, I mean, they do end up coming out on top with the 4 kills. Should be able to get this res as well. But as you can see ahead of them, they've got a long way to go. And they've got what we know to be a very aggressively positioned STK team that should have eyes on this. Meanwhile, Exodus, they've made their way on foot here into the southern part of the circle, just on the hills. We've got vision on to Wildcard, who's got to make their way in as well. They're going to be pushing into Liberate with oversight here from Exodus. Okay, they'll get to the rock, they'll get to the ditch. He's just going to drop off Sharp Shot, go back and try to pick up Jazz, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem now. All of these teams that prioritize this side. When I said I was expecting to go over to the west, I didn't think this much. But all of these teams now that prioritize around Junkyard, Tempo Dip, obviously Museum, now we're in a situation where there's not an awful lot to play on that southeast side of the road. You can see Liberate already set up in Tempo Dip. Wildcard have had to come down to the south of them. Now we're probably going to see Wildcard be the aggressors. No, they have no clue this is going on.
They have no idea. You can see Adit still on the north side of that ridge line, just working his way up and down, just peeking up over the top, but none of their arrows are pointing south here, as Wildcard has managed to sneak 3 up right onto their doorstep.
They must have heard the vehicles.
I would have thought that they did. The UAS, but I mean, I guess they heard the UAS drop off one
and drive back,
and then drive back. So maybe they never actually picked up Jazza. So maybe Keenan ditched the UAS out of hearing range. Meanwhile, Oath is going to get a lot of attention here as they're pushing in. Wildcard's going to spot them out. Fabled will spot them out. And actually, look at this. This is Wildcard taking shots over the top. So now Liberate is going to be 100% sure of exactly where Wildcard is. Yeah. Oath is in some big, big trouble right here.
They are.
You've got a red-hot Fabled team pushing up over the top here. But Hella needs to be careful. She's going to expose herself if she's not careful on the top of that ridge line. And, yep, there you go. Ranger is going to spot her out. And that's going to be one going down, as Illusion actually still managing to get stuff done. You can see
deep
Ranger
in the blue.
Yeah, he's way in the
deep.
Blue. He gets picked off by Greg Shot, so good for them to pick up that kill and possibly can go for the res here onto Hella. Looks like they're going to try for it, but Oath already pushing. And look at this, Luke 12 going to land a couple of shots into Greg Shots, and oh no, Tanaka gets taken out as well, so the res does not come through, and they end up losing 2 for their trouble. As Oath still has to make their way inside this circle. They've got I don't know what they're going to play here. I mean, look at the west side of the circle, southwest side of the circle on the or the southwestern part of the street is 3-way fight going for it. As Comets
Victor snaked his way all the way down that road and got next to Alamo, and he's going to get H-Win for free, and that's going to put Sonics down to just 2.
This has been an issue now for Sonics twice here today.
Yeah,
where they've lost a player for essentially free for just based on unfortunate timing here. But look at this fight we have breaking down here. Liberate inside.
Utility.
Oh, so much utility coming down as Ice Tech will get spotted out by Snakers. Adit and Guabi, they're still playing the ridge line, but Wildcard has so many smokes down, they're going to be able to get inside, Penta. And Penta will find Adit. Guabi, can he get something? No, he can't.
There we
Cleaned up efficiently by Wildcard, but Oath is still right up on top of it. If they see this in the kill feed, they should know that Jazz is down. They should anticipate that Wildcard is damaged here, and they are pushing over this really quickly.
That's the call right now from Oath. Dip's free. They're going to push full force onto Wildcard. I don't doubt it at all right now. You can see the smokes coming down. See the SLR shots ringing out. Keenan, hopefully... Keenan hopefully going to be able to get back into a position because he's overextended a little bit. There you go. He does make it into the dip finally, but look how close Relo is up.
Jeez, but I mean, the grenades just aren't finding it. Jazz is able to get
that
red.
one will.
That
one will.
That one will. Wolf will find one, and now they know exactly where Keenan is as well. The grenades are coming out as Oath tries to push up over the top. They're going to find Sharp Shot. Pentalo will trade it out with Wolf. He'll get the flush as well. He's down to 4 HP.
Keenan!
Can he do anything? Keenan making things happen. He finds Relo, gets the flush. As Oath tried to come up over the top side, but Keenan says no. Balefrost and Snakers, the last two up. They're going to try to come up over the top. They'll find nothing. They'll finish off the flush onto Jazz, I think. There we go. Okay. Keenan will be spotted out eventually. Oath. Boy.
I mean,
they made that one about as hard as it could have been.
I praised them earlier for looking good in team fights. That they seem to have complete control of that. And Wildcard, at the end of the day, we're in a bowl. Snakers with a fantastic wrap in the Daisy around to the south to get another angle, draw attention away, and they still lost 2 there. I can't help but feel that was messy.
The utility was just not finding where it needed to find. I mean,
they got the opening knock,
you got
and
the
then
opening
nothing.
nade, but
yeah,
none of the other utility they were throwing out seemed to find where it needed to hit. So Oath, they do manage to stay up, 6 kills. They only down to 2 though. Exodus trying to make their way in on the south side as STK is just wrapping around as a 4-man death squad, and they're going to run right into Greg Shot. Supernova will trade a few shots onto Alo. Can they get traded back? Not sure if he's been spotted out just yet. He actually gets a down onto Civ here as STK is losing him.
And
he gets another one. Supernova making things happen here for Fabled on the north side.
And then he blew himself up with the car.
Oh, dear. Well,
look at
my.
Okay.
Look at this.
Well,
It's a story of this game is teams in advantageous pushes here for themselves. Just, being a little bit sloppy maybe, and losing players maybe when they shouldn't be here. As Oath, they've got to turn their attention towards Exodus. We'll see if Exodus can pull this off cleanly. It is now their turn. And open it up with a few good shots onto Snakers, force him to dip his head back, but the utility has got to be sitting low right now. Bale just peeking up over this ridge line. He finds Drassel. He gets him down low.
Oh, nice knock though from Snakers. Bale has got to hold the line here for Snakers. Snakers is in a terrible position now. Drassel and Pat have to hit the prone. They're going to put a smoke down, but LJ down. Balefrost's going to peek up here. See, actually, Snakers going to find Drassel. So it's just Pat up for Exodus.
Pat's going to see him. Finish the flush. There you go. Okay, Pat. Goodness gracious. And once again, Exodus now losing 2. Balefrost in a 1v1, but he gets taken out by Strimzy as Sonics comes in third parties at the exact right time.
Nice.
They get both kills, and now it's a 2v2 between Strimzy and Mime and Luke and Purdy Curdy. This is what you want to see if you're a North American PUBG fan.
This is Strimzy and Mime arguably in the better spot, but we know obviously Phase 8 going to come down to the star. Kurt and Luke are going to have to fight their way uphill. Mime is going to take an Orm in Phase 7.
Why
not? I'm having Zampa MPL flashbacks right now. But we're going to see what he can do with it. If there's anyone, in the last 6 weeks, who's going to style out in the last circle, it's going to be Mime. So excited to see this one. The more important factor is he's upgraded his armor and his helmet. And that's crucial if it comes down to a couple of 1v1s and a scrappy end game. But Strimzy does still have control of the shack. And like I said, Sonics with, kind of high ground control here, Poro.
I saw Mime dip out in the blue a little bit there just to pick up, I imagine, some utility, maybe some meds. As Strimzy's just holding the line. They know exactly where these guys are going to be. But, yeah, the ego Alm is, I love to see it. Love to see it from Mime. We've seen that kid pull off some pretty insane highlight reel plays. And he is going to do the long wrap around here. See if maybe he can find some kind of angle. But there's just nothing to be found from this side without exposing
Are they trying to pretend like it's 2 solos here? Because they're kind of shooting their guns at the ground and stuff. Mime and Strimzy in a split position.
I was wondering what that was.
And actually, as they were doing it, Kurt moved up to try and pressure the shack. So maybe the 200 IQ here. Mime's actually smoking off the front of the shack. So this could appear to SDK like it's 2v1v1.
This could be big time, big brain plays coming out from Mime.
Luke's actually going to spot Strimzy though.
Ooh, Strimzy. It's taken very low, but doesn't get down. As he's creeping around through the smokes. Hopping in the vehicle there? Yeah, looks like he did. Maybe hopping in the vehicle just to get the heel off.
This is rough for Kurt, though, because he's so split. If he goes down here, if they just double peek him, there's no way Luke has an angle to trade it effectively.
Well, you can see Kurt doesn't. I mean, he's being very, very cautious.
Yeah,
about
very cautious.
He doesn't want to over peek this because I think he knows. Yeah, I mean, either he read the situation or he just doesn't know where the other solo is. And look at that, just slow peeking across. He's going to find opening shots on the Shrimpsy, but no, good positioning from Sonics is going to protect them there. As Purdy basically had them both dead to rights, but the cars are going to keep the cover intact. Good follow-up grenade. Purdy Curdy going to be able to go for the heel here. Reposition as the good, once again, another STK Molly comes out right on time as Shrimsy is forced back in. And look at this, Mime taking his cover with him onto the edge of the circle.
This has got to be Zampa on Mime's account. This is literally like textbook Zampa play here. The reversing car, rolling cover, Orm in the late game. This is... I'm actually having deja vu.
Well, and look at this. Actually, it looks like STK might be saying, okay, well, you know what? If you're going to do that, we're going to go ahead and focus both of ourselves on you and just forget about the Shed player for the time being. Because Shrimsy has now left the shack. He's wrapping around on the other side of the street. And right now, STK, I feel like they've got to be in a better position here because they can just kind of peek the ridge line without having to overcommit. As Shrimsy and Mime, they're now right on top of each other. Luke 12 going to come up over the top. He's going to find Mime, and then he's going to immediately trade it back. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy for the STK boys as they work that ridge line like a magician. Fantastic stuff.
I mean, back-to-back 20-point games. This is absolutely the start that STK needed today. And, I mean, they played that in-game so carefully. I mean, almost methodical towards the end there. As soon as the star posted, they were biding time. No peaks came out from Sonics. I mean, Kurt could have ended the game there. I mean, I don't think he actually landed a headshot, unfortunately, but he had a clean spray onto both of them there, and he nailed the transfer as well. So, unfortunate there, but ultimately the time came down to SDK's favor, and they took it.
Well, and to Kurt's credit as well, I mean, after taking the shots, hitting the transfer as well, but also immediately then realizing, you know what, screw it, I'm done. That's as much as I'm shooting, and I'm going to back down now. Yeah. And barely missed getting knocked there. If he gets knocked, it's over. It's done. So once again, just 200 IQ play coming out from Purdy Curdy. And just being able to anticipating that follow-up utility coming out of Sonics to try to get the flush. I mean, he repositioned himself before trying to, just dip down and go
way
for the
away
heel.
from where he was. Exactly.
Yeah, not going for the panic heel, and just playing it slowly and methodically. So really, really good stuff from two of the top teams in North America right now. But that's going to do it for our Erangel games. We're going to get you over to the analyst desk where you're going to get analysis of this game and codes.
Right about the codes. You guys want more codes? We got more codes. Enter this code in the PUBG client to get a pick'em ticket to pick who you think is going to be the best team and win good prizes. It is 8. Sorry, let me start again. It is 8H6158P83NHP. But write it down. It's right below me. It's right there. But let's go into the analysis of this game because this one was a very exciting one, and I will say off the bat, this is finally, took us a while to get there, but it's finally a game that had all three of what I am calling the trifecta, being Oath, STK, and Sonics, in the top 5. It kind of took a while, but we finally got there in the end, wouldn't you say, Godspeed?
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure that we may continue to see a couple other teams head up the top. A little bit of an upset day, but SDK is finally starting to get in the groove. Sonic seems like they were getting in the groove, and Oath, I'm still not sure about if they're in the groove or not. I think it's going to take them maybe a few more games for adjustment, but yeah, it was definitely what we're expected to see.
All right, well, and for SDK specifically, 2 10-point wins is certainly nothing to be terribly upset about, especially because the first game they got a grand old 0. But there was something different about this game. This game had a lot more excitement. And Clover, I'm just going to quickly ask you, is that specifically because of the map? And in fact, I think we're going to have supplementary content for you to answer this question on, because rolling up, we're about to go into highlights. But yes, let me know, why was there so much more action this time around?
I mean, you know, as well, this is kind of our first circle not hanging out to the east, but right off the bat, we had so many teams thinking ahead and trying to rotate. We saw Sonics and STK both go to the center, but it's these compounds here that were fought over by many teams right here. We can see 303 and ATC looking out for him. Wildcard kind of creeped in on this a little bit later, but again, another team that kind of popped off a bit. Hard Shifts today, and this was a team that we talked about a little bit last game here with the comments, as we can kind of see it start to fall apart, but you know, it's only 3 games in. Exodus as well, getting up near the top. This is another team that we haven't seen as much from.
Yeah, Exodus is so weird. I feel like that team is just nothing but like really talented fraggers. I think Pat is the one currently making the calls on that team, but I don't know. I'm expecting way more from Exodus than we've seen so far. I know that they're obviously they had switched rosters initially after the charity showdown when, you know, 2 of their players decided to go somewhere else and do something else, and they got 2 more players in, and I don't know if they need to get comfortable with each other. I don't know what's going on with Exodus, but it's definitely not what I expected, I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've kind of talked about that a lot, right? The cohesion, teams finding their groove, and that is, we've seen a couple of roster changes for some of these teams again, and that means that all that work that they've put in has to get put back in one more time as they kind of adjust to a new player in the mix. That said, I mean, picking up more kills, seeing them a little bit more confident, but I also want to kind of point out Wildcard. That match looked really good. They picked up a ton of kills, but again, kind of going out a bit early, 6th place for this one. So I'm really kind of expecting to see more from them, but can't really discount the work they put in. Just unfortunately not making it to those final circles.
I mean, you can't say unfortunate because they did pick up a good number of kills, and we're going to see exactly how many that they picked up as we enter the leaderboard in just a couple of moments. But let's quickly also talk about the final moments of that game, just the 2 versus 2 of the Sonics versus STK. Mime's rotation out there really looked really interesting to me because he was getting a flank, but ended up not working out in the end. We do see Shoot to Kill take 1st place with 20 points, again, overall. But Wildcard Gaming, 12 kills. I don't care that they only made it to 6th place. 12 kills.
I mean, kills do matter here. We've seen kind of throughout the day as well that some of these teams that are placing a bit higher aren't the ones that are making it into that final circle. But, you know, you kind of said yourself, oath to Shoot to Kill Sonics. This is the first game where we really see all 3 of them on top there with points. And now we can take a look at the kills here and see that as well. Keenan with 5, but Luke, Uncivil, Snakers, and Sharpshot all with 3.
Godspeed, do you have anything about this, or?
I mean, Wildcard, there's really not much to say. Wildcard, we've been expecting big games for them ever since the start. They've kind of been lukewarm for the most part. Yes, they're obviously here and they've had some good games, but they're still super inconsistent for me. I think Wildcard is a team that they're either getting an insane amount of kills, having a big impact on the game, or they're just kind of quietly dying somewhere to a team that we don't expect them to die to. So I still don't know about Wildcard. I obviously believe that the talent on that team is ridiculous. So hopefully they can continue to move forward with that, and we'll see them continue to put out big numbers like they should, to be quite honest.
Well, right now we do see Shoot to Kill. They claim the top spot for themselves after the first 3 games, pushing Fable down to 2nd place, but only 3 points behind. And then we still see a 10-point gap between Fabled and 3rd place, which is currently Wildcard Gaming. So at the current state of things, it really is just Shoot to Kill and Fabled that are really running away with it, because if I remember correctly, Fabled were at least able to make it into, what was it, 7th place themselves with a good number of kills. And this is the top 5 kills overall, which is why we see Hella still up there in the top 5, but very recently overtaken by Luke, Snakers, and Keenan after all of the action in the previous game. Clover, this is a weird question. I don't mean to put her on the spot, but Hella, do you think that this is a form that she'll be able to keep up throughout this weekend, because she is also 2nd in damage?
I mean, we've seen really good things come from her, and I think Hella sometimes has a tendency to get in her own head, and we've seen that with a lot of players, but to see her up top, this is a lot of time that we've seen put her in. It's not very often we see her up here, but I think if she can kind of maintain this confidence and keep this going, we could expect more great things from it. It looks like this is a completely different Fabled than really what we've expected. As we keep going through these lists, we just see them time and time again up on top of here right now. Supernova actually tied in knocks with Snakers.
Yeah, Fabled is on the juice right now. These guys are ridiculous, and it's great to see. And I'm going to echo exactly what Clover said. I think Hella is her own worst enemy. I think she's very talented. I remember screaming with her way back when we potentially were going to pick her up for MPL, and her communication is actually really, really good. I think that's the one thing I took away more than anything playing with her is the fact that she just has really good comms. So I think the rest of Fabled also needs to be talked about as well, like Supernova with some really crazy nice knocks at the end of that last game as well. So yeah, I think the team is playing exceptionally well. This is definitely not the Fabled that we saw in the past, and that's a good thing. I don't mean that to be toxic. I just really think that the way they're playing now, the way that they're really kind of imposing their will on the rest of the circle is great to see, and I want to see more of this. I also want to give a very big shout out to Luke. I know Pak had kind of mentioned it as well towards the end of that game, but man, Luke had so many clean plays, and the decision making to get Luke out of that bad spot with both Sonic's member peeking at him was just phenomenal. Like SDK, this is what we expect, blah 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 blah. But yeah, Luke has just been playing out of his mind, I think, the last couple weeks.
And it is very good that we do have Fabled
and
there.
Kurt. Luke and Kurt.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I think it is very good that we do have a potential Cinderella story here with Fabled. However, they are having to go up against some of the top dogs of the NA region that have been there historically. STK in first place. Oath and Sonics, we're definitely going to continue to keep our eyes on, but they're not the ones that are currently in first place. And I have to ask you, Clover, do we think STK are going to continue to run away with it right now? Because 2 10-point wins in a row, that's intimidating.
It is, but I think as well, kind of coming out of Erangel with confidence will be really beneficial to them going to Miramar. Out of this lobby, there's not really that one team where you can sit there and go, this team dominates on Miramar. I think we see a lot of teams that do well, rotate well, and can grind a lot of points out of it, but SDK is definitely going to be one of those to look out for. And as well, I mean, you kind of brought up, we've got Kurt, and he looked so good calling out all that information to Sonics there at the end. Really, I mean, both Sonics and SDK, and that it could have gone either way for those teams. So I think if we can see that amount of energy, information, and just damage coming from them, there's no doubt in my mind that they might be able to hold on to the top spot today.
No, I definitely see your point. So actually, on that note, I think that's enough for us right now. We are going to go to a quick break to give the team some rest. We'll be back in 10 minutes with Miramar. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of the first day of the PCS1 North America Grand Finals. We just completed 3 games of Erangel, and we're going to move on to the final 2 games of Miramar of the day. It's 20 games overall, first 5 in the first day. Before we get into things, we are going to remind you and everyone about the format, just so we're all on the same page, because no one likes being confused. Here's the format. It's 5 games a day, 4 days overall over the course of 2 weeks. Point system, it's the same as it's always been. First, 10 points for first place, 1 point per kill. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. But what are they trying to get these points for? Well, of course, it's surprising. $200,000 overall prize pool. You can see how the breakdown is on the right, 50K at the top. But we're also adding in 12.5% of all in-game sales of the PCS branded cosmetic items. So definitely go and purchase those because, one, they look good, but also you're going to help support all your favorite teams. Now, before, again, we go into Miramar, we're gonna mix things up. Mixing it up with me is going to be 2 new faces on the desk. It's Hypoc and Porosaurus. Gentlemen.
Hey!
1, I hope you had a fun time casting the games.
Absolutely.
And 2, how were they? Any quick thoughts, Hypoc?
I mean, we had an exciting start to the day for sure. Fable definitely one of the big excitements, I guess, out of that. Obviously, STK putting on a clinic as well, closing out 2 games in fantastic fashion. But yeah, we've got the circle curse out of the way on an angle, so we can not worry about that for the rest of the day now.
Yeah,
I mean, that's more.
Look, hey, I'm not putting that on us. Anyway, I'm putting that evil 100% squarely on your shoulders. I will not take any of the blame for the circle curse. Let's take a look at the leaderboards, Cam.
Yeah, let's just remind everyone how it's all broken down. Shoot the Kill in first place with 40 points. Not far behind is Fabled in second, and then there's a pretty big gap where Wildcard Gaming are currently holding down third place, but it's a tight race as Houston Hardships 03. Well, both those teams are very close behind, and then of course 303 Sonics and Zenith are not too far off themselves. And remember, it's only been the first 3 games, so even the teams down at the very bottom in controls and chat and comments, they still have more than enough time to start climbing up, but they need to start putting in the work now. Hora, ask you, I'm going to throw you a bit of a curveball.
All right,
do you think Radiance can do it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think any one of these teams. I mean, like I said, we're only in day 1. 3 games in. It's still plenty of time. I will say that if you're looking back in time statistically, the one thing that's of some concern is that typically when Shoot to Kill gets a lead like this, they hold on to it. They don't let it go. They're not one of those teams that kind of lets it slip away once they get in first. I mean, they might drop down to maybe second or third, but once they get there, they immediately kind of fight their way back up. Now, that's in the early parts of the tournament. When you get to the last weekend of the tournament, all bets are off. But
I was just gonna interject there. Sonics and Oath are 2 of the most explosive teams we've seen in North America. So I think actually we're at a point now, and again, historically, if you look back, that's much how NA has gone, right? One team pulls out in front, and they just quietly, hit their average points per game target, and they maintain. But I mean, we look back at, again, Oath getting 10 chicken dinners in one series and not coming out winning it, but those are some explosive point acquisitions across games that we don't typically see from teams climbing the leaderboards. And again, Sonics making their huge, was it week 2 comeback where they just absolutely dominated after, actually, well, doing really poorly if we're going to be honest about it in week 1. But I think those are 2 factors that can't be underrated in this lobby.
Yeah. Okay, I can tell we're all very, very excited about this, but I'm going to have to cut you off from this. We can come back to this later, but for now, we do need to look at our predictions. Remind everyone what I picked. It was
cool. I'm down.
The Sonics. Let's go. It was the Sonics that I picked. Not doing super hot so far, but Hypoc just gave me the life raft that I needed to come back into this. They don't start off good. Trust me. Tomorrow they're going to come out with 5 wins. 5 wins in a row tomorrow.
Fair enough.
But
fair enough.
Still,
I mean,
fine.
look,
Poro,
Sonic's definitely one of those teams that plays well from behind. Zenith, also, we haven't really touched on. They play really well from behind. And Wildcard has actually shown themselves to do well as well. So
Stop selling. What's your pick?
My pick was Shoot to Kill, baby. I'm feeling comfy. I'm sitting here I'm in a Snuggie. I've got a fire lit. I've got a nice glass of bourbon. I'm just chilling right now because I have faith in the boys. Hi, Pac. How about you, buddy?
Do I have to? No, okay. So
you do have to.
I obviously pick Sonics, and I've kind of gone against my own rule here because I'm much like Matchroom. Every time Matchroom cheers for Shoot to Kill, they just drop off a cliff and don't do anything. And it's kind of the same for me in Sonics, but I actually think, the first few games here, and we're coming into Miramar, and Sonics, arguably perform much better in terms of consistency on Miramar in the previous series. But also, this is a team that as soon as you light a fire under them, they come back in with some bloodlust. And that's what I want to see them come back in now, bounce back from a couple of rough games. They've looked relatively good in terms of positioning. They've been losing out to kind of solo snakes and giving away players for free, as we said, Poro, during that cast. So, I mean, if they can fix those small errors, which we see them kind of slip up quite often, I think they're going to be on an upward trajectory.
Okay, so it sounds like that even though they're currently sitting in, 6th place, 7th place,
yeah.
It doesn't sound like you're too worried about them, and you have full faith in the boys in Sonics. I will also say, it's not just you. We do have 4 people that picked the Sonics, so if there's anyone to blame, if it is our fault, that they're performing poorly, we can share that burden together. It's not all on your back. We're here to help support you. We can take a quarter of it each.
Just casual reminder that only one person picked Shoot to Kill.
Yeah, well, that's because Matt's not here. That's because
you know what? Hey, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Hey, we don't have to talk about that because instead we're going to go into our next group of casters as they go to Miramar.
Alright guys, thanks so much. And as you said, now we are switching everything up, switching maps, going to Miramar. It is still day 1 and there's plenty of room for improvement. We kind of touched a bit on it during the break and they talked about it here, about how that performance might change for some of these teams. But that said, Godspeed, what are your thoughts going into Miramar here?
I'm expecting a pretty big game from Oath. I think they have been a little quiet, I also do expect a big game from STK as well. They've always shown that they're a team that's very strong on Miramar, but I'm also expecting a nice game from a team we haven't talked about too much, and that's Illusion. I think Illusion is going to pop off on Miramar, and at least if not this game, I think the next game.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen a bit from them already today, especially the start there on Erangel. They were racking up a lot of points, playing the edge well, getting a couple squad wipes, but then they've just kind of started to fall silent again. I mean, that said, though, Miramar is all about those rotations. It's all about those insane plays. It kind of is a different flavor than we see out of Erangel, and that means that any of these teams do have that possibility to take that ahead for them as we get ready to go now into game number 4, guys, and we'll see where all these teams are going to land. So take it away. Here we go onto the plane path, and we will see where these guys will sit. This game number 4 is underway.
It's a disappointing plane. It's pretty even for everybody, I think everyone at this point knows where my stance is on planes and circles.
And as well, too, we've seen so many these Western Miramar circles off to the start, so even just a little bit of a touch on this Western side can make me a little nervous, but, did I jinxed it? Maybe we'll see. As we wait for the last players to get out, plane is down. We should have it popped in just a second. And
oh, baby!
Oh man,
love those Westy circles.
You know what? Okay. There's a lot of high ground into play, and right now a lot of unplayable spot. That whole western wall is unplayable land. Teams can't get up there, so that's already off the bat part of this circle that's untouchable. We're at 70% playable with just a tiny bit of water there down in Valdemar, but. That said, that now means that half these teams need to rotate in. Currently 303 sitting in the center. As we kind of take a look at the rest of the teams who are just getting their boots on the ground. Fabled as well as Greg Shot looking for his loot spot. All of Fabled right now, I'd say decent. This is their normal loot spot for Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really out of the ordinary here for Fable. I think most of these teams, to be completely honest with you, everything's looting is going to be, normal. The one thing I am curious, though, in this circle that we always tend to see, Clover, is the fact that teams will either dedicate themselves to kind of pivot towards Monty, or they'll position themselves to kind of be around on the edges, whether or not they want to play the hills. We've seen this before. You and I casted this circle very similar to this, where it went south, and a lot of the teams that got caught on the east side were not able to rotate to the west side, and they just basically got picked off. I'm curious to see if we have a similar circle with that one. Personally, I love Monty circles. I love playing them. I don't know if the rest of the players in the lobby feel that way, but that's also because we looted fairly close to Chuma. But I think most... Oh, wait, what is this? What's going on over here?
Liberate already on a hard push here for, it looks like, Jazza for Wildcard, as the rest of their team is just now pushing out of Power Grid. A little bit of information there. We can see Lush already just taking a hard push onto this. I think maybe trying to crash this compound, but this is not working in his favor at all. He's actually fallen out of the car. And is going to get picked up right there as we now wait for the rest of Wildcard to come in. We can see them pushing off the mountain here, but now Liberate having to regroup. And I mean, Ice Tech's not even here. He's still been looting at El Pozo through all of this.
I know exactly what happened. Gob was basically looking at it, and he's like, oh, it's totally clean, dude. Drive on in. And Lush just went into a trap. He didn't see Jazza, who's now taking shots over there at Morrow, but... that's just unfortunate. Guab was the scout. He didn't see it, and because of that, Lush had to pay the iron price.
And now we can see as well, Wildcard finishing out this shift as ATC just starts to skirt a bit of this. It is getting a bit busy out in Monty, and that means that teams are going to work their hardest to stay in the center part of this zone as we wait for Phase 1 to close. I mean, this is, maybe I sound like I'm tooting my horn a little bit too much, beating a dead horse with a stick, but we have talked about how it's the Phase 2 circle with these Miramar games that really dictates how this is going to play, because unlike Erangel, we usually see more often than not these extreme hard shifts in Miramar, and already with Phase 1, we've still got so much space into play because it is such a large map.
I think it's also just the terrain, right, Clover, that has to deal with this map, or has to do with this map, rather. It's just rotating on this, on a lot of the terrain is so difficult because a lot of vehicles can't do it quickly. A lot of vehicles can't even make it up certain inclines without being incredibly vulnerable. And that's why the hard shifts, I think, are more devastating on Miramar than they are on Erangel. And that's not to say that hard shifts on Erangel aren't, a problem, but I think on Miramar, if anything, it's even more of an issue for a lot of the teams, just kind of based off what position they're at and where it shifts to.
Yeah, and now with a circle like this as well, Radiance has also been in really prime location. As we can see, Waldo starting to take some shots at range here towards ATC. I think just trying to get a bit of a feel for things, but I mean, you kind of talk about teams that perform well. I would say that Radiance maybe has been a little more comfortable on Miramar. We've seen them, especially with these western circles where they're not chasing the zone. They do land all along this road, and I believe as well the church, hard shifts, kind of the same thing, right? Lobes always takes that church as well. So you've got two teams right now that don't have too far to move and are in prime location to kind of take some of these other teams on their rotations now, as we see Sonic starting to take fire from Radiance.
Yeah, but Sonics, I'm actually curious, where are they going? Because I would assume they're not just going straight into Wildcard's compound. Probably going into Monty, which is, it looks like what they're doing, but this is a very ballsy rotate, I gotta say, as they're gonna crash right into Voxic.
Oh, typically as well. I mean, we usually see a bit more of a scout where one player is kind of sent ahead from the rest of the team, but you're right. Right now, all of Sonics is going to crash at once together, but 303 is going to pull back, and at least for right now, let them take this, as Voxic is just looking to rotate back into Monty proper, rejoin his teammates. We can already see bullets in this direction right now coming in, and it looks like even Wildcard from a range is trying to take shots. So Monty getting very busy. We've still got 62 players alive and almost 7 minutes into game number 4.
Yep, and I think this is just the start, Clover. I think these two teams is just the beginning of how many teams we actually might see pour into Monty, specifically after this circle. I mean, you just talked about it. It really isn't until second, third, sometimes even, I would argue, fourth circle that we start to see kind of where the game is going to shape up on Miramar. So, I mean, Monty could get a lot more crowded fairly quickly here.
Yeah, and now as you kind of take a look down to the south, Zenith is working their way already inside the zone, but elusive right off to their backsides as they're going to work onto their next position, trying their best to play the west side here. Again, the farther west from this current location is unplayable ground. It is a bit of a solid mountain there that is going to make teams not be able to push much farther than that. But as we kind of take another look here, we can see just off in the distance as well, you've got Tactical Aid in this, and Kickstart running ahead, scouting, trying to get some information, but now taking fire from every direction. That's going to mean Zenith is going to struggle just a bit to figure out where they're going to put down, and might need to make a call here as Wiem is going to get a little bit of damage onto this, but here you go, Zenith coming to crash this compound, take it away from Tac 8. Roth already taking a lot of fire there, and Steezy is going to go down. Wiem last still up, down to half health, but Leda coming in for the push, falls himself.
What is going on?
There you go. Oh, Leda, what happened?
I don't know if his buggy got launched up. Like, how did that even happen? Unfortunate for him, he's going to lose his life, but even still very aggressive coming out from Zenith, losing one to take out, what was that, 2, or I think, members of
I did a little bit of a 2-2 split for Tac 8. Grizzly and Beams are still off to the north as we could kind of see them sitting comfortable in this compound, but that's not how you want to start off the end of Phase 1. 2 players down, but I mean, Zenith, that was an unnecessary loss as well.
I agree, but I don't know about this split. This is a very wide split. Normally when you have a split, you have 2 separate positions that can at the very least mostly cover each other, and TA basically just was in 2 completely opposite ends of that road, and looking at this shift, it does look like it's going to be a little bit of a Monty circle here.
I was a little nervous as to whether or not the circle was going to take a hard shift to the south. We've been seeing that more frequently on some of these Miramar games, but you're right, this is almost centralized onto Monty. That's going to put most current teams right now in a very good position. 303, Wildcard, Sonics, all in the center, and Shoot to Kill, who's kind of been playing on the outskirts of Poso in the zone right now. But I mean, all right, if you're on a team for an edge right here, kind of looking for that information, looks like Alo might have spotted a member of Illusion from a distance. Do you go ahead and push for the center, or do you, as you said, wait for that Phase 4 or 5 zone before you hard commit to a compound?
I mean, I think with this specific location and team with SDK, they have a lot of vision going into this circle. They can scout ahead. They're very comfortable, and I don't really think they need to push for center. I think they can slowly start to creep there, but for the most part, I think they're very safe in their fight. Exodus, on the other hand, they're coming in from the southern edge. They're definitely going to have to do a little more work than a team, I think, like SDK, who's established themselves pretty well in the circle so far.
Yeah, I mean, as we kind of take an overhead view as well, watching this rotation in. Meanwhile, back over into town, 303 finally up at it. Tac 8 actually made a push into Monty, and it did not end well for them. That's 2 points picked up for 303, but they've still got Sonics knocking at their doors. We continue to watch this push from Exodus, coming up right onto hard shifts, but just looking at Drassel's kind of demeanor entirely, I don't think they realize how close hard shifts are to them just quite yet. Lobes and Maluk haven't fully taken shots to this, so we can see Microfire has taken a bit of damage. Meanwhile, Fable's the last team to rotate into the zone as they're going to come back in for the south, just in behind Exodus as well.
Yeah, Fable, I'm curious what their play is. I mean, they can break off and go a little further to the west on that wrap, but I'm not sure if they're trying to stay church. This is actually not a great position because you can't see anything in the circle further past where you are. This is basically, I think, a safety play. Maybe they're going to try to formulate a plan of how they want to rotate further. I'm sure they heard the shots above them, but yeah, that's not the greatest compound to take. But Fable, yeah, I'm not going to doubt them today. They've been out of control.
And of course as well, we talked a bit about this earlier. Oath has been looking very healthy on Miramar these last couple of weeks during the group stages. Right now, they are kind of uncontested here to the east. They're all around the power grid area, as we can kind of follow along Wolf, who's, I think, getting a little bit of last-second loot and kind of sitting, waiting for this zone to close. Phase 2 is about 30 seconds out, and then we'll get that next circle, and kind of, as you said, teams will make adjustments as necessary, as Drassel is finally rejoining the rest of his teammates. Was kind of caught out there by hard shifts for a moment, but... again, safe plays, and this is not what too out of the ordinary with Miramar that oftentimes will have a bit of a slow start until those circles kind of give us direction about where those final zones will end up.
Yeah, again, with Miramar specifically, I mean, teams generally will have more time because of the terrain to kind of map out a rotation for themselves. They can also use a lot of the natural, terrain to kind of mask their rotations. But looking at this shift, it actually spells a little bit of trouble for teams coming in from the southwest because Monty is slowly getting pushed out. It could always come back, Clover, but, I mean, if this goes to the middle, basically to the east of where Wildcard is, there's really not a lot to play there.
No, and I mean, you've got Fabled, who's been chasing zone pretty much since the start of this match, coming in the backside of Exodus, as we see Pat Caps struggle just a bit to drive this Murado off-roading, and already taking fire there from Hella and Greg Shot as they lay into that car, but already he's lost line of sight. Oh, that is not a healthy vehicle at all. Pat Caps is actually going to ditch this as he joins out the rest of his teammates, Microphi, Drassel, and Taylor J, all waiting to move on. And again, I mean, you've got more teams that need to work their way into the zone as we watch the last of Hardshifts make their way into Monty. Maluk coming in the backside here of J-Sync and Chubba, who have kind of pushed 303 out, but right now 303 in a good position to do some damage here onto Elusive, who drive right next to Honey Badger. Somehow JLD does not get knocked from that initially. Down to 1 HP. Has not been knocked just yet, but Innate is going to fall. Honey Badger picking up at least one. Somehow JLD is still alive through all of this, but immediately now, if you're 303, trying to get another angle onto this because you've just pushed Elusive into Hardshifts, and oh no, stock goes down. JLD still at 1 HP. There he goes. Finally been found at a distance from Radiance. And you've just got one left, but it didn't matter. Fizzle found there by Maluk, and Elusive going out in 15th place. Monty is not safe for anybody. Look how many cars are here. This is
out of the frying pan
stacked.
into the fire, huh? I mean, they literally went from one bad situation straight into another. I'm curious if Innate actually got out early because was his car damaged? Did they take the tires out? I'm not sure. But look at this Exodus. Just straight through the middle without a care in the world. Right into Sonics.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he's
not
airborne.
getting... Oh, I thought for a second might have gotten a run over there, but all of Exodus is just going to get flushed out there. Microphi, Taylor J, Drassel, Pat Caps out in an instance. Wildcard's actually going to help this out from across the street as H-Win was knocked but should get rezzed here. But I mean,
that was wild, Clover. I'm sorry. I can't. That was out of control. We saw an airborne Murado. I will say, out of all of that, though, only Hwin getting knocked for a 4 for nothing is really big on Sonics, and that's going to be a nice pickup for them. 2 points easily on their side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that they just couldn't get the whole squad wipe. Wildcard was actually really smart to pick up on this, but you're right. I mean, this is not the time for Clown Car sending it, but Exodus, as we kind of saw earlier, already took so much damage from Hardshifts earlier on, kind of got stuck down to one car. It was going to cost them as that circle is going to take a nice shift, and Wildcard and Sonics, again, finding themselves in the center. It just means all these teams to the edge are going to have to keep working down. Illusion now needs to come off from the high ground. And Fabled, who's been walking in on the backside here with 303. As we can see, Voxic actually takes some blue zone damage as he's been trying to get some extra information for the rest of his teammates. And it's phase 4, and you're not going to be able to do that for much longer.
I really believe that if Hardshifts can hold these teams out and they can get the point, first of all, there's a lot of kills for them to have. They can hold out not only 303 but Fabled. They can really dictate what happens on the south side of the circle because they're really going to have great angles on teams like Radiance trying to rotate in. But here we go. Fabled starting to move in. Lanjun being quiet. Nope, not anymore. He's going to take shots.
Ooh, and there you go. As he said, the repositioning right now of 303. They've been anticipating this push from Fabled as we saw that information called out there from Voxic. Tanaka is actually going to be the first to go down, but a nice hit on Supernova there onto Landoon. It's a bit of a trade for damage, but all of that Molly just falling short. Supernova avoiding that right now, but Blue is starting to close, and they are all out of the zone here, so 303 is going to have to clean this up fast. They still need to focus on getting in the circle themselves. As you said, Hardshifts are waiting for this.
Yeah, Hardshifts are basically licking their lips, just waiting to pick up the scraps of what's left. But 303, they've had 3 up for a while now, and they have been fighting and doing a phenomenal job of holding out of the teams, shooting vehicles off, and really just picking apart Fabled here.
Here we
This
go.
is the
Smokes,
303 that you wanted to see, Clover.
You know what? This is the 303 that I wanted to see.
You gotta be happy.
But it's heartbreaking as well, right? Because Fabled has finally looked so good, but this is a map where Fabled doesn't always perform at their best. We've seen them get good placement points on it, but not necessarily out for kills, as Hell is actually going to do a decent amount of damage there to Dvoxic, but he's going to get the knock instead, and very quickly, Supernova goes down as well. It is just up to Gregshot, who's immediately working on those reses. Blue, though, is working its way in, and 303, who's been watching this, starting to clear up. We see D-Rich get that finish there onto Supernova. Voxic and Landoon, again, trying to get more information on these two Fabled players still up. It is Hella and Gregshot, and Greg is going to get a knock onto D-Rich, immediately peeking, looking for Landoon, but he's already moved on. We're going to get a flashbang out, but a nade in return. That nade actually falls short. It is not going to do any damage there to Gregshot and Hella, but that molly as well, pushing them into one small spot here. 303 is honed in on this. They want to clear out Fable before pushing into the zone. 48 seconds until that blue moves, and again, Hardshift still on the back side of this, so Gregshot going for the angle. Gets a bit of damage onto Landoon. Can't quite find the knock. Hella gets found as well. It's just one still up. Landoon.
They had complete control of this fight, and then they just let it slip away. But here comes Hardships now. Loeb's taking a shot at Gregshot, and 303 with such a beautiful hold, it falls apart. But wait a second. Illusion now onto Comets. Shots coming out. Top Dog can't get the knock. No, he doesn't. Victor with the trade.
Comets have been working a number on Oath from this angle, but Illusion working their way in. Caught now up in the high ground, though. Here comes D-Treats. Freemy Please is very low in the blue. It's going to be an easy knock, and just like that, Illusion is eliminated, but Comets down to one player as well as we go back into Monty. Really quick, Fabled still up 2 players. Landoon is in the area. They're not done with 303 yet, but again, Hardships. They've been watching this. So wait for that circle again. It's still holding on to Monty, and that's at least going to be a bit of relief for these teams to the north, but now you've got everybody off to the east that's going to have to work their way in.
Yeah, and I really do believe that ATC had a golden opportunity to start moving in early, but they actually got caught off guard, or they chose to fight very close on the east, on their hill, and now they're stuck there. But Fable now looking for potentially the last member, what they think is the last member of 303, if they can find Landoon just underneath.
And, patience. This is something that we'll often see from 303 if they've just got one player up, especially Landoon, who has just been absolutely insane to watch for the last couple of months. So if he's the last one alive, I'm not going to say I don't think it's not possible, but there's hope for them yet. But
it's rough.
Back again on the east side, you've got what's left of Oath, who kind of came into the eastern side with a lot of teams. Wolf is still off to the north. Right now, Snakers trying to find what's here for ATC. They kind of have been camping out this position. There you go. A couple shots coming out from Snakers, looking for the knocks. Not going to find it, but that vehicle is done for as ATC continuing to need to push to the zone on foot. Aguila has found the zone, but you've still got Marcelic that needs to work his way in, and
this is rough for any team coming in on the east right now. Wolf, though, with what is this?
I'm not sure if he realizes Liberate's here. They've been really quiet.
Well, he's about to find out because Snakers and Balefrost are just getting absolutely peppered. Wolf here, he has to be careful walking up on Liberate. He is going to spot them, and he's going to back off. This is smart. Trigger discipline is huge here.
There you go. Wolf actually is watching right now, Guab and at it, but might not be aware of the fact that you've got one more player next to him. That's Ice Tech. Ice Tech is going to take full advantage of that, find that knock, immediately pick up the flush, but that means only Balefrost is left, and all eyes on him as we can continue to see shots coming in from STK and Wildcard at afar, but the blue zone is closing in. This is phase 5, and it is going to do a lot of damage here as Balefrost hangs back, waiting for those smokes to pop up, but he's got no choice to walk directly into the eyes of Liberators. We can see Ice Tech waiting for him.
Yeah, as an Oath fan, I'm pretty sure this is the end of them this game. There's really nothing Bale can do here. Between Liberate, as you said, Wildcard, like even Sonics maybe have an angle, he's just going to go down. ATC, though, managed, after getting quite, I will say, peppered and quite pressured, they managed to at least get 2 people off of that edge into that shack, which is really big for them.
Liberate as well, kind of walking their backsides into all of this. They've got a bit of artificial hardcover in the form of these vehicles. It's going to protect them just a bit, but again, not taking their eyes off the edge of zone, waiting to see Balefrost in the kill feed. They know that at least one more player of Oath is still up. and taking some pop shots at the ridgeline, hoping to catch them on a peak. They want to pick up that point and not let it go to the zone, but it doesn't matter. Balefrost dying right there, and immediately we can see Liberate take their eyes off the east and now need to focus on getting into the zone further. STK, meanwhile, now has to come off their high ground and look for their next spot into safety, as we can see them get a bit close to the teams in Monty, all three of whom need to vacate their premise as well. And they're going to choose this dip. This is not the first time we've seen a zone go this year.
No, it's not. And I will say kudos to SDK. I mean, they've been on this hill for quite a while, so they've pretty much surveyed the circle. They've been monitoring what's going on. So it doesn't surprise me that in that vast open, they were able to find somewhere to play. Meanwhile, this is not resolved yet. 303 and Fabled. Landoon hasn't moved a muscle. As you said, patience is his virtue, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of heard as well the casters touch on this a bit in that first game. Fabled sometimes has a tendency to let their foot off the accelerator, play a little bit careful, and that might have cost them here, as they're going to be leaving the zone late and right into hardships. But it is this little story right here with Alo getting knocked out by Wildcard on that rotation. Oh, here we go. Hella across the street looking for Hardships. A couple of pre-fire shots, but aren't going to land anything. Hella is found out, but immediately is eliminated. Lobes and J-Sank both picking up those kills as Hardships work their way in. Landoon falling in as well. So Hardships winning out the south, but now they're going to be a little bit late coming into this. Smokes are out, but they're pushing SDK. They've got nowhere else to go.
Nope, this is pretty much the only push they can make, and it's the only push they're going to have to make as they're doing it. Smokes coming out. Really like the utility here coming out from Hardships. 5 kills as well. This has definitely been a good day for them, and I'd like to see it continue, but right now they have the challenge of SDK right in front of them.
And we can see as well STK preparing for this, as here comes the throwables, nades and mollies. STK and throwables, is there a better duo? And ooh, Luke is actually going to get one. Chuba goes down, but immediately Wildcard trying to capitalize this, as Maluk is going to get knocked down by Jazza and Pentalol. And already Hardships kind of lost to 2 players. Lopes and J-Sank a bit damaged as well. Lopes is actually going to get taken a lot on that molly. It's really just up to J-Sank here. Oh, Lopes! 1 HP! Somehow not falling to that molly. SDK has to be careful.
He's still alive. He's going to survive. But, I mean, what is the next play they have? I'm sure they're out of throwables. They basically have to go in and do a 2v4 gunfight duel with SDK, and I just don't know if it's going to end well for them. They can hang out on the edge for now, but that shift is definitely going to favor Radiance and Sonics, ATC as well. Actually, Radiance has been very quiet this game, but their position is easily one of the best currently.
I mean, you've got 4 teams that have been super active for this match so far. Now no longer in the circle. Wildcard immediately starting to extend out of that compound as Jazza and Keenan try to get another angle onto this. All of these teams are not in the zone, and they've got 20 seconds until the blue starts to move. So the quicker that they can pull this off, the better, as immediately Hardships start to lose players left and right. Wildcard's actually doing a lot here. Shoot to kill trying to pick this up, but there we go. Hardships is eliminated. Luke 12 down to 13 HP, and immediately are being taken on, by Wildcard, who are also getting shot at by Sonics.
Oh, wait a second, the spray! 2 down, that's huge. Wildcard is going to fall.
Taking out Keenan and Jazz's. Uncivil got that knock as well, but immediately Sharp Shot taken down as well. SDK cleaning up left and right. It's just up to Pentalol, who's still inside the compound here, but he's not in the zone, and it looks like Liberate actually had sight on this. Ice Tech is going to get that kill, and there goes Wildcard out in 6th place. We've got just 5 teams left alive, but Shoot to Kill are not in the zone. They need to leave the safety of this ditch, cross the street, and into the line of sight of all these squads, but right now their focus is a bit elsewhere as Sonics trying to take out Liberate, so now might be the time to cross for Shoot to Kill.
The thing that impresses me most... Oh, what a shot from Little Wall. Didi, let's go. And sorry, the thing that's most impressive about Sonics is the position that they took was one that they took very early, and that's not an easy position to hold. So between the vehicles that not only they brought themselves, the ones that were gifted to them by Exodus coming in with the Flying Murado, they've actually done a lot of work from that position, which is fairly open. So I really have to give my hat off to them.
Ooh, and Uncivil, while taking out Ice Tech there, will pick up a point, but falls to the zone himself as they're going to be eliminated into 5th place. Liberate, meanwhile, down to just Ada as Guab has been knocked. There might not be a chance for Rez here as the pressure is on now. Sonics making a move here, Throwables are out, but it's actually going to be Radiance that's starting to lend a hand. As you said, they've got the circle. They've pushed into the center, and all other teams forced up to the north as we look for that next circle change. And it's only Radiance and Sonics into this. Shrimsy and Mime have a nice position, but Battylul is got sight on this.
I absolutely love how active Sonics got as soon as they realized they could start moving, which is something we actually didn't see so much from Radiance. We're starting to see a little bit now, but Sonics was immediately on the gas as soon as they had a little bit of room to move out. And that's honestly, I think, what is so impressive with this team. And that's why they continue success. As I look at Profi licking his lips, look at that. 2 crates literally next to each other. That's going to be huge too. Coming in the final circle, you're talking about level 3 armor, level 3 helmet for potentially 2 members of Sonics. That's big.
And, you know, I mean, as well, you've got 4 up for Sonics, 4 up for Radiance, Liberate just 1 out, and that is Adit, who is just pinched behind here. Sonics know where he is. McCoy, Waldo, they know where he is. There's no way for him to really move into the zone without getting spotted here, so Sonic's just trying to hold that position and hold the cover as they wait for that next circle, which is going to take them to the very center here. So, I mean, that opening knock between either Radiance or Sonics could change the whole demeanor of this. But again, waiting for Adit, who's actually going to find H-Win, gets that knock there, has not found the flush just yet, but we can see Profi, he's got a damaged vest. I mean, so again, those crates, while offered a good stuff, still haven't fully stacked Sonics out of us, but Molotov's thrown out to Adit. I can't see how Liberate's going to get out of this. There we go. It's Shrimsy actually picking it up.
Yeah, they're going to fall. There's no way to get out of this. And now it really is just a 4-on-4. I don't know if Batty should have shown himself that early, because I do believe Sonics is onto his position, and he could have potentially had a really dangerous off angle. But, I mean, it looks like it is what it is. Both teams know exactly where the other members are. Lowe's potentially could get a little bit of a weird angle, but Profi coming in with the Groza, this gun is devastating up close.
And Profi as well in the best spot for the center of the zone. This is going to be, you know, the end. This is phase 9. And so Sonics with 6 kills up on board so far. But, you know, you kind of talked about this angle that Batty has. It looks like right now Profi's kind of taken his head off of that. And, is going to get a knock onto Los HD. But Batty's slowly working his way in, trying to use this to their advantage. But now you've kind of looked at Radiance, who's stepped their foot off the gas. What do you do here?
I'm pretty sure Batty could have had a clean angle where there was no line of sight on his left, but now that Blue's closing, I think he lost that opportunity. Shrimsy obviously now, you know, he's aware of this, and Batty now has to use these smokes with the utility coming out. Batty's going to have to get a huge knock here or do something, otherwise I think Radiance is going to be finished here.
Batty with another throwable out towards Sonics. Mime walking up close, but I don't think it was anything to cause damage as Batty continuing to put the pressure here, and it looks like more line of fire. Shrimsy is actually going down low. It's Los and McCoy are taking shots here. We've still got 4 players up for Radiance who are now working their way to the center of the zone, trying to bully Sonics back out to the edge as we see Profi, Mime, and Shrimsy just up against the blue, but Profi knocking and taking out Los. Batty is down. McCoy is down. There's only 1 player still up for Radiance. It's Waldo. And now he's back behind this rock that we've seen so many players stuck out behind, but Waldo trying to pick up 1. Can he find it? Can't commit to any of this damage. All players are still up there for Sonics. He gets down Mime. Can he get 1 more? No, he doesn't. Shrimsy picking it up. Headshot on the end. 10 kills for Sonics as they take first place here on our first match of Miramar of the evening, game number 4. I mean, there you go.
That was incredibly impressive, honestly. I think that was systematic, the way that Sonics really closed that circle for themselves. I do think that Radiance had the opportunity there to kind of make that work out in their favor, but unfortunately they weren't able to. And again, just the aggression and how early, again, Sonics was in that position, which is not... it's not the greatest position, Clover. I mean, you saw it's very open there. They had to use basically the vehicles that they had and constant movement out of line of sight of threats, and they really earned that win. Sonics earned that win for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe as well, Wildcard did go out in 6, but their position, I think, also aided Sonics. They didn't have a full line of sight on Sonics players themselves, but were able to put the pressure on the rest of the teams that could have potentially damaged them. But, I mean, with that as well, Radiance, this is really what we've been expecting from them. We wanted to see them start to step up. We do know that they perform well on Miramar, only picking up 5 kills, but those are 5 good kills and 6 placement points that are going to aid for them in the rest of the day. But that said, I mean... This is day 1. This is the grand finals. We really can't have bad games for some of these players. So On the flip side of that, you know, you've got a lot of teams that went out again really early that we weren't expecting from this.
I mean, we saw it happen at Oath, you know, previously in the group stages. They won 10 games. That's ridiculous. But, you know, at the end of the day, they still didn't win, and that's because they had too many bad games, which is exactly what you alluded to.
Yeah, well, all right, as we're going to toss this back to our analysts and see what they had to say about this match.
Trust, we have a lot to say about this match, but before that, we have more codes to give away. There is one after every single game, and of course, this game is no different from that. Enter this code that is about to be on your screen to get a ticket to play Pick'ems with. I can read it out now. I don't want to read it out before it's over. There it is. It is going to be BBUEYZMWHRNY, not a single number in that one. It is all letters. Write that one down, get your Pick'em ticket, and then vote, and hopefully you'll win with that one. Of course, you can also continue to buy tickets by buying the PCS branded gear. But anyway, let's talk about the game right now. Before we go into the ending there, gentlemen, you both, well, specifically Poro said in the very first circle, and I quote, "Wildcard have the best position and will win," and Hypoc double down and endorse that position. Why is that? What is it about that position, that compound, what Pac, you were calling the red brick that is north of Monte Nuevo? What is it about the position that gave you guys such confidence that Wildcard would win?
So just just as a quick reminder, it was that red brick compound just to the north of Monte Nuevo. They had the hills just kind of off to the west that they could have decided to do a 2-2 split with, that they elected just to kind of play the compound instead. But you know, the reason is that usually on circles that we see like that look like they might be heading north of Monte Nuevo, it has to do with what's kind of termed unplayable area, which you know, Pac, you want to take that one?
Well, I mean, it's so there's a large area, obviously the big mountain is east of Pozo, and obviously there's 3 or 4 areas actually south of Monte, and then to the northwest as well. So time and time again, we see these North Monte circles pretty much go 50-50 across that road that comes out north of Monte. And the red brick, I mean, in this case, Wildcard are pretty unfortunate with that phase 6 shift that literally bounced to the southeast and cut everything on their side of the road out. They didn't even have a ridge to play on their side. So it's that's why we talk about the compound in that way in these sorts of circles.
Okay. So because that compound is so powerful, while we watch the highlights, I want to ask you guys, what can you do if you're not in those powerful positions in order to have a successful game?
Well, I mean, and a big part of it's still, you know, it's the give and take, right? Here you go, you see Sonics taking the ditch just on the other side. They get crashed by Exodus, and Exodus got to be maybe kicking themselves a little bit here. If they win that fight, they end up getting that great position that Sonics had and held. As you see people trying to fight out of the Monte Nuevo City. But, yeah, I mean, that's the trade-off, right, is Wildcard took that position, which is going to give circle favor so much. But at the same time, you're going to be sitting on next to no kills. And at the end there, whenever they did get that kind of weird circle shift away from them, I feel like, and I think, Pac, you were kind of with me on this one, or I think you were the one that actually said it, was that that Wildcard felt that they had to push out here to try to get some kills, to try to maybe third party on this STK hard shifts fight, just because they were kind of, they were sitting on nothing, really. But, man, Kurt. I mean, and going back to that shoot to kill and hard shifts fight, man, it's just another example yet again of shoot to kill and their control over their utility.
Well,
but I mean, Sonics with the win is absolutely huge.
Yeah, and we even talked about this as it happened. The value that SDK was getting off their utility versus what hard shifts were getting. And I mean, hard shifts had a good opportunity to kind of push a team in a bowl. We talk about that. I've started calling it PGC dip because I know we had a weird fight a couple of times over there because we had a couple of North Monte circles, but that push out from the north, the corner of Monte Nuevo on the north side, it's so easy to get third-partied, really open line of sight to everybody that's playing on the east side of the road, but hard shifts actually got themselves close enough, and it was actually SDK's utility that stopped that in its tracks. It literally, and at the end of the day, they're in a bowl. They should die with good utility usage there from hard shifts, but I mean, Kurt putting in work again to swing around to wildcard as well. SDK defended it really well.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how good STK did. This was, of course, not a continuation of their win streak that they had started to build up on Aaron.
They did pretty good.
But they still did a good job despite not making it towards the very, very late game. Let us see what the match leaderboard is. It's going to be Sonic with the victory. This is 4 games in a row that the winner has 10 points. It's like, if you win, you get that 20. That's it. No more, no less. But Shoot to Kill, despite not getting into even a top 5 in placement, with their kill points that they racked up from both hard shifts and wildcard, put themselves in 2nd place on points.
Well, we're nothing if not consistent, are we, here in North America with our first place victories? 20 points. As you said, Shoot to Kill, the 9 kill points were huge, obviously. I mean, and this is kind of still goes back to what we were talking about, right? Wildcard took the spot that gets a lot of circle favor, but at the same time, you don't get a lot of kills. So STK, instead electing to try to play that edge of Monte Nuevo to try to maybe pick up some more kills off of teams moving through. They end up doing so. They end up going out a little bit early, but you can see the point total still good enough to put them into 2nd place. Meanwhile, Radiance, dude.
Yep.
I mean, this is what we've been wanting to see, as they said, but they were also playing from that western edge, right? Which is, again, similar to what Pac was talking about earlier with these circles. When you play the edge, you usually, either die along the edge or you just don't really get a whole lot of kills, and that's kind of what happened to Radiance. But you can still see Los doing some work there in the top 5 damage.
Yeah.
They did work. I do want to ask you, Hypuck, though, when you look on kills, it was just Los with 2, and if Radiance got any, they didn't have many other kills, because you only saw 1 logo in the top 5 of kills. But damage, they have both Waldo and Los there. What is it about that game that led to that result?
And again, I think it follows on from exactly what Poro just said. There are a lot of teams in these sorts of circles that they try and there's no point diving center. If you already know somebody's in the Sonic stip and you already know somebody's occupying red brick, all you have to do is really pressure teams away from your edge. And actually, they got a really favorable hard shift down to that southeast corner. So I think like they just couldn't convert any of that third party damage they were doing, and just unfortunately couldn't put kills on the board. It ultimately came to the late game where we saw things kind of fall apart for them, to be honest. But, I mean, Sonic's played it perfectly in the end there. They bought enough time with utility, and Radiance ultimately invested theirs to get the res up. But it's really difficult to convert that when you have such an open space on a hard shift that Radiance got.
Well, we did see just previously the full leaderboard, STK still holding down the number 1 spot. We just saw top kills overall, and now we're looking at the top damage overall. Shrimzy in the lead, and Hella, despite Fable not really following up with any amazing, spectacular games outside their opening game win, Hella is still maintaining her position in damage.
Yeah, and I'm also happy to see Sybil up there in the top 5 of damage. I know Clover was talking a little bit about, Clover was talking about how she kind of wanted to see him maybe take it to that next level that he's capable of doing, and there you go. Now he's there.
Yeah. So we have one match ahead of us. It's going to be on Miramar once again to round out the day. Is there anything from either the first 3 Erangel matches or of the previous Miramar match to give you guys any sort of expectation or of what to expect on the final day? Like Oath, we got to talk about them. They had another 0-point day. Is this a bad sign for Oath, or is it more like growing pains as they start off the grand finals, Pac?
That's interesting because on this very similar Monte Nuevo, and then I think it was actually the day we saw them drop 2 back-to-back 0-point games, it was on Miramar. And consequently, it was actually also one of these North Monte circles, and they did exactly the same thing again here. They took the junkyard up on the east side, that's just west of Power Grid, and they try and fight their way down from the hill using the high ground, try and third-party everybody that gets early positioning down in that valley. And again, it didn't work out for them, and I'm not sure. We didn't really follow their journey too closely, so I don't know why, but we ended up seeing it. Wolf came and peeked onto 3 members of Liberate that had already found a place in the dip, and they were safe from anybody else. So the only threat they had was Oath pushing down the hill. So I mean, if we're going to talk about it, we've got to see them step up on Miramar. It's becoming a pattern now to see them absolutely frag out on Erangel and then just kind of drop the ball completely on Miramar.
Yeah, well, that's not a good sign when you don't frag out on Erangel before you go into Miramar.
And you do need that, basically.
Yeah. But Poro, I don't know. Are we sort of are we saying this stuff? Are we being doomsayers a little too soon? It is only the first day first of 4, 20 games overall. Sure, 5 games are a quarter of it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely too soon. I mean, look, the last 20 game thing we had, Oath won, right? I mean, they won our charity showdown. And to be honest, that last game there, the position that Oath was in up until late game, if that circle shifts north instead of south, Oath probably wins that. You know, I mean, they had a great position if the circle shifted north, but unfortunately they had to push down. And you know, between Liberate and Sonics just having free shots on top of them, there was nothing really they could do. So, I mean, I think that their shot calling has been good, their meta play has been great. They just need to get, you know, a couple of things to go their way as far as circle RNG goes, and they'll be right back in it.
Don't let Snake see you say that.
Well, we do have to actually see how the game, what happens in the game, in order to see the result. And to do that, we're going to throw it to our commentators who are going to take us through the final match of the day.
Woo! All right, guys, and we are back with our 5th match of the evening, rounding out once more on Miramar. I mean, Dustin, you know, you and I have been casting this quite a lot together. I think that this has kind of started to become our map. Now that we've kind of see what players are able to bring it with the circle that I thought was relatively, you know, manageable, right? We didn't have too many extreme shifts. Obviously, some of that area wasn't the best playable, but I mean, you know, going into Miramar one more time, what are you expecting to see from some of these teams? I guess, you know, kind of touching back on what we talked before the break.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't like a crazy circle. Sure, initially a lot of it was cut off by the western wall or mountains, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, that was a fairly manageable circle. The end did get a little rough, so specifically because there wasn't just that much to play. But again, I'm still expecting that really nice Oath Miramar game that we've seen them. We've seen them have good games on Miramar, but I do agree with Hypoc. They that specific circle, for whatever reason, Monty, they just don't do well. They've tried the same thing multiple times with the Junkyard, and it just doesn't work. So I'm hoping Oath kind of gets it together there. And Illusion, I'm still banking on Illusion, man. They were kind of like my X Factor pick for the day, and there has not been a lot of factor coming in from them. They had like a decent first and second game, but yeah, been a little quiet, Clover.
Well, you know, and I would give it to them. I mean, Illusion did come off that mountaintop in the last match. It worked well in their favor, and as we get that next circle pop, this is almost identical. I don't know what it is about the PUBG circle gods today, but they really want us to hang out along the west. We've seen it in Erangel. We're seeing it here on Miramar again. You know, if you're a team and you just played the circle, are you going to play the exact same game that you did last match, or are you going to say, no, that didn't work for us, we're going to change things up? How do you tackle this now? If you're let's say Zenith or Oath that did not do so well.
I just imagine Pac, like, with the point he just made about Oath doing the same thing multiple games in a row. I feel like if they do it again, he's just going to start banging his head against the wall because, yeah, Oath has played the circle the same way every time, and it hasn't worked out. As far as Zenith goes, I mean, it's really hard to say whether or not a team should, like, absolutely change it up. Again, I have to use Oath as the example. I feel like for them, maybe. Simply because it just hasn't been working. But Zenith is a team, again, that relies heavily on their fragging power and their ability to play individually, and that's something that I would like to see them find success in, but it just always seems like one or two of them get picked off somewhere along the way.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, especially, they have a long way to rotate. They're all the way up in Campo Militar and Torre. They're the very far northeastern edge of the map, which means that they're going to have to transition through many squads to get into this very first circle, which does kind of set them up to kind of, like you said, lose one or two players along the way. Right now, though, 303 taking a very similar setup that we saw last game, staying in Monty, but it is Comets and Exodus. They have always been landing Leonis, always kind of close together, but never quite taking those engagements for these first fights. And both teams, again, are going to have to transition out of this compound and into the zone. This is kind of a team that we've talked about. Again, it's really good on paper. You've got a lot of talented players, a lot of fraggers, but maybe struggling a bit with their IGL, and that weakness has kind of been affecting them.
I just don't feel like there's a clear leader on that team, and that's not a dig at any one of them specifically. I think individually, as players, I think there's a lot of talent there, especially mechanical skill when it comes to like, Pat, and then also like Taylor and just Drassel's like ridiculously insane. But I just don't feel like there's just no clear leader on that team, and I don't know. I mean, we've seen them die in just wild sends today. And that's not a good look, It's just really not a good look. On the other hand, though, I will say Hardshifts has been playing really, really well today. Like, I think this is actually kind of the best showing we've ever seen at a start of an event for them.
I mean, is this kind of like the February, earlier in the year Hardshifts that we saw? Hardshifts were invited into the series, and then through all of this, we've kind of been like, well, wait, who is this team? This isn't what we saw previously, and now, as you kind of said, this is like the old Hardshifts back, and they're looking really good. Do you think if they can keep that momentum? I mean, obviously we've seen them pop off before, or do you think they're going to fall back into bad habits? And yeah, this is day one, and day one might look good for them, but as we've kind of heard Hypoc and Poro say as well, you're going to start to see the Shoot to Kill and Sonics and maybe even Oath pop off later. Where does that put Hardshifts?
I think if Hardshifts can maintain the amount of control that they've been having on the side of the circle that they've been playing without falling apart like we've kind of seen more recently in the group stage, I think they'll actually be just fine. I think Hardshifts is a team that can definitely stay in the top 5. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility at all. We'll just have to see which Hardshifts we get going into tomorrow and if they can stay consistent the way that they have been. Sonics, on the other hand, I mean, these guys are already starting to show us that they're already pretty warm and ready to just continue to frag the field.
Now, kind of taking another overhead view, we can see Monty off to the distance there on the left. And it actually looks like, we've got a couple of teams that are trying to sit up. This is where we saw STK earlier on that previous match. Right now, Illusion and Liberate fighting for this, as we see Liberate's really set up on every angle there for Illusion. Top Dog getting down to 3 HP. Do you continue to sit up here, or do you try and, shift away already if you're taking this much fire?
I mean, I don't really think Top Dog is in the best position here. He's not the worst, but I don't know if he also knows that Lush is potentially coming out on the low side, and Added is actually surrounding him. He's actually not even the only one that's in trouble. It looks like Icy Flex got knocked as well. Lucian is in a rough spot, and this is definitely not the game I'd be excited to watch.
Ranger as well. Ranger rotating in on a buggy, coming right up onto Ice Tech, gets him just a bit low. Can't find the knock just yet. Lush looking for it, down to 53 HP himself. A Ranger in the dip is going to get found by Ice Tech. That is a knock, and Liberate should get the flush pretty easy onto this, as the rest of Illusion has pulled back into the compound. Liberate's kind of bullied them off from this complex. So, I mean, again, this is an almost identical circle to game number 4, but already we're seeing some of these teams shake it up. You kind of said yourself you really were hoping to see more from Illusion, but right now it looks like Liberate's kind of trapped just a bit.
And they've already resolved to put themselves in the actual buildings that houses themselves, the 2 stories, which just lets Liberate get even more control in this position. They can surround it, they can hit it from multiple angles, and Illusion, this is actually a play that I wouldn't expect for them. They're normally pretty active on the positions that they play, whether it's on the edge, whether it's in a compound, whether it's, on terrain. So they're definitely on the back foot here.
Meanwhile, Shoot to Kill is actually going to come in from the east this time, as they're going to have a good angle on both ATC and Wildcard. ATC and Wildcard are set up in the exact same positions that we saw last game. It actually did very well for them to get them into those latter circles. Wildcard stayed up all the way through 6th place, I believe, last match. ATC making it there pretty late, but, it's just kind of back again, the story between Liberate and Illusion. Illusion's got nowhere to go, and we can even see off of the distance a couple of bullets coming in from Monty as 303's got side on this. And that really just kind of pins them into this compound until Liberate is no longer a factor into this. A couple of throwables are out, but that utility is going to run out quickly. Lush fighting Top Dog. That's 1 player down, and here comes the hard push coming in from Liberate now. As it looks like, I think Ice Tech almost catching on fire from that Molotov there, waiting
just
for it to finish out.
Yeah, they're going to push up here. The Molly was a nice little... is that a smoke?
It's a smoke. Okay.
Ice Tech's already so close. He can go here for the peek. Is he going to get it? No! Icy Flex!
Icy Flex immediately picking up that flush. Has not had time to res Top Dog yet, but we can see off in the distance, Free Me Please actually going to get down at it and liberate. In the blink of an eye, actually goes down. Illusion manages to hold their own here in the 2 stories. We'll have time to pop off these reses, but it did come at a cost, and that was unfortunately one of their players here. Will stay 3 players up strong, but you know what?
I mean, I stand corrected in the fact that Illusion was able to, hold that, but at the same time, I feel like Liberate really rushed that, and they costed themselves that 16th place they just got because they were in the driver's seat. They had a knock. It was 4-on-2 essentially at that point, and yeah, that was just sloppy on their part, and good pickup from Illusion. There's really nothing else to say.
And Shoot to Kill as well, starting to continue on. They're doing the smart thing here by not playing the edge of the circle. They want to make sure that they're staying ahead, not caught out. I mean, you've talked about this as well, always being in a position to gain as much information and knowledge about the other teams in and around you. But right now, Shoot to Kill's kind of heading for ATC's compound, as it looks like Maru and Marcelic are here. They're definitely going to hear the Murado, but immediately Shoot to Kill with throwables out. They know that ATC's here. Alo finds Maru. That's 1 knock. Looking for that flush. And Marcelic struggling just a bit to hold this, waiting for Melon, who's in the long building.
Yeah, this is what I love about SDK as well. They got shot at and they immediately peak. They are not afraid in any capacity to get into team fights or even just individual duels because they generally win them every time. And that's what's so impressive about SDK.
Ooh, Curdy's going to find another knock here, and it's just up to Melon, who is in the long building. Couple shots there towards Alo, but they're going to exchange damage down to 27 HP, and immediately that beautiful nade there. Oh, I love it. SDK and Throwables, we joke about it. I know it's a meme, but there really isn't a more iconic duo. They use their utility well. Oftentimes we'll go through later and we'll look at Molotov damage, frag damage, the amount of utility thrown versus the successful damage that comes out of utility. And time again, it's SDK who's at the top of that list.
You know what? It is a meme, but at the same time, they've embraced it and they've really mastered it too. I mean, they're ridiculously efficient when it comes to throwables. Hella, wait a second. As I make my point, Hella is a long way from home.
Ooh, and looks like trying to gain some information might have overextended herself just a bit too far. Elusive at the top here, but Elusive's kind of another team where we haven't quite seen them click and come together. They've had some brilliant plays through the group stages, but so far struggling just a bit in the grand finals. I may not be aware just yet how close Hella is, but it looks like Tanaka and Gregshot are actually keeping them busy at a range, and that might open up an opportunity for both Hella and Supernova to find another angle on this and do some big damage.
Yeah, I really do like the forward position. I'm pretty sure Supernova and Hella are safe from most other angles, if not all other angles. It really just depends on whether or not Elusive wants to overextend or potentially go for a peek, or if Fabled wants to decide to get a little more aggressive and start pushing up the hill as a duo there while the other two watch back. Roth now finds himself rotating all the way towards Church here.
Yeah, and it looks like Zenith is actually the only team that wasn't in the zone just yet. We kind of talked about this as well earlier, how they landed all the way up in the northeast. They were the farthest from the zone. They were going to have to take the longest rotations to get in the circle. But that also means that they're going to be coming into this zone with the least amount of information. It's only the end of phase 2. They don't really have much to show for it just yet, but at least it is working in their favors. There's not a whole lot of action going on to the south. And, as I say that, looks like might actually be having just a little bit popping off as Exodus and Oath, who are just barely to their north, are going to start fighting. And, Zenith has to chase the zone yet again.
Yeah, and Zenith have to chase the zone. But I will say the rotation that they initially chose, in fact, I really like this wrap around Shuma as well. This will be, I think, the safest for them. Yes, it will take the longest as far as the time it takes to get to the circle, but they also will be able to stop and scout here. So I like this play from Zenith. I think it's a great rotation. Meanwhile, Oath, they just got a little bit of a kerfuffle with Exodus. Microfi was able to take out Wolf. Now the other 3 members are going to have to find another way in.
Oh, and they're getting so close to Sonics here. It looks like they're going for the high ground. This is a nice position to hold, but you've just lost one player. Shrimsy and Profi should have a good sight at this angle as we wait for Rello to set back up. Again, Over here, back to the north, though, as Wildcard is going to have to finally leave their fabled compound as they continue to fight up to the north. It's actually elusive just beyond them, but once again now Oath, as we kind of peek back over, they've already lost a player in this. So it's right now these teams that are transitioning and rotating as we go into phase number 3, finishing this out. We can see even off the distance Illusion wrapping around, and that's going to take them into Fabled.
Yeah, Fabled, again, oh, wait a second. Zenith over there on the other side now taking shots at Exodus. They were coming in late on the back side of that, so I'm sure they're going to be able to get some more damage coming out. But look at SDK now. Oh, SDK, wait a second.
Oh, this is an insane rotation. SDK actually came all the way around Comets to get into this position near Chumacera. Is going to walk right up onto Exodus, but again, Wildcard still trying to hold off Elusive to the north, as we can see him take just a couple of bullets here. Fizzle looking for another angle onto this. It's a bit low, taking shots from everyone. Wildcard is spread all around this angle here, and that's unfortunately cut Fizzle off from the rest of his team, who are just a bit further to the north, holding along the blue, looking for their spot in the zones. We can see him up on the hill there.
I mean, this is this red brick. This is exactly where we saw Wildcard in the last circle, and we find them here again. And it seems like getting out of this building has kind of been the issue for them. They obviously have 2 members forward with Keenan and Sharpshot in a position where they can kind of meet up and congregate. But here comes Elusive.
Ooh, and Sharpshot's actually going to drive right past Fizzle and Innate, but Elusive is, at least for right now, going to be let through. I'm not quite sure what the communication was going on through here for Wildcard, but they've just let Elusive get down to their south. He's going to push down into Radiance. Meanwhile, as you kind of talked about, Zenith had a really good angle onto Exodus, but now walking in onto Oath, who've started to fall apart just a bit from an angle. Oh,
yeah, this is really rough. Really rough for Oath.
Not quite sure what it's happened to them for today. They've really struggled on Erangel just a bit. We've seen him struggle here on Miramar as well, as Snakers and Relo try to hold the high ground, get some information. Couple shots there onto Zenith, help out Balefrost, who, at least for right now, doesn't have to move as the circle is going to shift back on top of them. It's really just going to be all of these teams all along the edge now that need to continue moving yet again. 303 Wildcard, STK, Comets, and Exodus all no longer in the zone. As you can see, Snakers try and pick up, but Hardshift's coming on right on top of this here. And it's unfortunate for Oath, who's got one more down.
Hardshift's have such a good position, arguably one of the best positions in this circle, and they really can regulate everything that's going on down in the compound there with Zenith. They can see Oath, they can see everything north of them, looking into Monty. I mean, Hardshift's is killing it today, and they are definitely in a killer position right now.
Meanwhile, Balefrost was able to rejoin the rest of his teammates, left the long building that we can see Kickstart is currently sitting at right now, so I'm not sure how he's able to get away from Zenith. Didn't quite have the angle, but again, we can see SDK slowly working their way in for this. Uncivil kind of lagging just a bit behind, but this 2-2 split from Sonics right now could be something to contest. So you've got Shrimsy off down to the south. H1's got sight on Comets, who've worked their way into the zone, found a compound as well. They've been a bit careful through all of this, but I mean, we're kind of running out of compounds to crash with 14 teams still alive.
Yeah, there's still quite a lot of people for this circle, and that will happen on Miramar, where we basically get a nice clump of teams, and then all of a sudden one circle changes it, and we go from, 50 to 60 players alive instantly down to 20 to 30, and I think that's actually what is going to happen. Maybe not this shift, but absolutely the next shift, especially if this many players are still left alive, because there's just not that much playable terrain. You do have the hills where Oath are. You have a few pockets of positions where you can play little deflades, but this is pretty much it. After this, it's going to be very barren, and we're already starting to see players fall.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard and Radiance up here to the north. We've seen the kill feed absolutely light up. Batty and Low still up, or I spoke too soon. Sharpshot's actually going to get the knock onto Waldo, and in a blink of an eye, Elusive going out. Los actually getting that last little final, as it looks like what was left of Radiance clearing that out, but it's just down to him, and 303 is knocking at his door. Wildcard has an angle on this as well, so, I mean, if you're Radiance, only 2 kills after having such a great match last game, it's got to be a little bit frustrating here for them. Is now, I mean, where do you go from here? Oh, 3-3's got perfect angle on this.
Yeah, Los is pretty much trapped. His option is to maybe try to go for that 2-story, but it's a little bit of a risk.
Ooh.
The timing was ridiculous. Diverich had just stopped watching. But that's Los's home now forever. I don't really know if he's going to be able to get out, especially if 303 decide to push that, which, to be honest, I don't think they will, but they can just overlook it. They don't even need to push.
I mean, no longer the Church of Los, now just the House of Los on the edge of zone here, but 303 with 1 kill in the bag does have a nice high ground angle onto this. Wild card right beyond that, and we can kind of fly over here, and again, Oath with the high grounds. But now to the south, Shoot to Kill. They've been very active in this area, but we're starting to see Microfi overextend himself from Exodus, trying to get a better information line of sight on Shoot to Kill. 1 kill between them. They've lost 2 players in this. And here we go. The circle is going to shift one more time. And that is going to go away from all of these teams. Hard shifts in the best position now.
Yep, Hard Shifts is absolutely loving what they're seeing. I think Sonics as well, as long as they can clear out Oath, push that edge late on the east, they'll actually be in a very commanding position as well. And Exodus right now is just chilling, but not too comfortably, especially with Zenith sitting in that compound right in front of them.
Yeah, and, you know, Shoot to Kill as well. You've kind of touched on this a couple of times. They've been very aggro, rushing into teams. Once they've got the information, trying to take onto that, as we can see, Microfry actually taking a lot of damage from both Uncivil and Luke 12, down to 4 HP. Boosters are going to keep him alive just a bit there. We can see now as well from this angle exactly what that high ground is going to entail, but Oath has that as well. Back on this other angle, on the other side of Hardships, you got Tactical 8, 303, and somehow still Los.
Yeah, Los says he's been surviving, but I think his days are numbered, as most of 303 is going to be looking at him. Honey Badger taking shots, not going to connect with anything, but he still doesn't really have anywhere to go. Wildcard as well in the distance. I mean, they got to make a play soon because they are about to get pushed out as well. Los is also causing way more of a distraction than I feel like he should for 303.
And Landoon as well, like you said, kind of watching out for Los, but we can see a couple other players of 303 taking shots towards Wildcard. D-Rich is actually going to find Keenan, and there you have it. Honey Badger finishing out Los. 303 can now completely change their tune, their focus on Wildcard, and go to this circle, as it actually looks like Wildcard's going to be taking a lot of fire now from Comets. Meanwhile, Sonics walking up on Oath, who've been at the top of this ridge for quite some time. We can see SDK coming on the backside of this too. It is so crowded in this corner.
Yeah, this is the point where it's going to get very difficult for teams to find any sort of playable terrain here in these final circles. I mean, if you're not Hardships, you're kind of in a little bit of trouble, or you're at the very least about to fight a team. But SDK
to kill
onto Sonics now.
I mean, Shrimsy is completely taken out. Mime has been flushed. You've only got 2 still standing up for Sonics. It's Profi and Hwin, who at least for right now are a little protected. Comets kind of coming in, taking out Victor, so he's no longer an issue. He actually doesn't quite have the angle onto this down the ridgeline, but you see Alo and the rest of Shoot to Kill not letting Sonics kind of recover. We see them really hard focused on this right now, letting the gas off Oath just a bit. So they know that right now their biggest threat is going to be Sonics coming in from this.
Yeah, they absolutely had to. I mean, realistically, though, SDK, they're in a very awkward position because, yes, they can technically fight Sonics off, but like you said, Oath is still ready right there. They know that they had multiple teams here on the other side, and really it's just a waiting game for who's going to peek that ridge first.
Oh, and that circle shift is going to spell trouble for SDK as well, as Oath is in the prime position to wait for them here. It means they're going to have to finish up this fight very quickly with this Sonics. And it actually looks like Sonics are going to get an opening knock there. Hwin falls. Meanwhile, Exodus is eliminated, but smokes are out. Uncivil working for that res right now, trying to keep them up. And we can see Sonics as well kind of stuck on the edge, but Oath now with the utility out, trying to find that knock. Nades are out, but they're just going to fall short as SDK works towards recovery, back up to 4-man strong. And there you go, Alo with the push onto Oath. This is where they need to go.
Alo has been ridiculous today. I mean, he's always just insane, but I think specifically today, he has just been killing it. There's another knock from Alo.
Ooh, and this time it's Profi. Oh, this is really what you wanted to see from SDK. We've kind of talked about their strengths on Miramar, and right now they're taking that away from Oath as Alo yet again finds more damage. Can't find the knock just yet. Shoot to Kill with 7 kills right now to their name, trying to get themselves into the circle. They've got to take out Oath to get there. But H1 and Profi are still alive, and this could be biting at their Achilles heel as they're down to the hill, have angle on this. But meanwhile, off in the distance as well, Yaxley's kind of rotated into the shack, could have an angle onto Sonics here, but Uncivil is going to find H-Win immediately picking up that flush, and that's one player left now for Sonics.
It's oh, wait a second,
Oh, Alo.
Could he find another one? Taking the shots now. Profi doing peak battles. He's got another member of Uncivil covering him. Alo going low right.
Oh,
It's going to be Yaxley again. Yaxley has stolen
Yaxley.
2 or 3 kills from this position.
Immediately picking that up. We saw Alo kind of scope in for a second, look for it. Didn't spot Yaxley right away, but taking the smart call, pulling back and focusing here onto Oath as we see Zenith coming in from the other side. They're setting up for that next circle shift. We're into phase 6, which means there's a good possibility that it could move away from this angle, but that's going to sandwich Oath here. As there you go. Alo actually finds a nice angle onto Balefrost. Can't get the knock, though, down to 29 HP, but this opens up for Zenith, who's coming in for the hard push.
And Shaba, oh, that's actually a separate fight altogether, but here we go. Wait a second. Kickstart now!
Ooh! Oath immediately eliminated. Zenith trying to clean up. Kickstart picking up 2 onto this, but also in that Luke 12 falls and Shoot to Kill was starting out strong, down to just 2 players. Zenith was very patient into this. Oh, and they're going to get another knock onto Uncivil. It is just one left up for this, and that is Kurtz. Oh, where do you go?
I mean, I'm not counting Kurt out. He has done some ridiculous things in the last couple weeks. It's going to be rough. I mean, he's watching his buddy burn, but what is Kurt going to do? What's the play here? Can he get another 1v3?
Ooh, and he's got both a broken helmet and vest. It's going to be difficult to come out of this one as we see the circle once again shifting in favor of Zenith. Yaxley still in the zone with his shack, but down off to the west as well. We can see Harshus and Fabled still at it. Oh,
you see that, right? Sorry. Aside from this, we saw Fabled actually got onto the position of hardships that has now knocked a few of them as we're getting trades.
Ooh, and I mean, the kill feed lighting up as well. As you can see, Supernova actually cleaning house right now, taking out multiple players. It's just J-Sank who's still up for the hardships. Hella might have a good angle on to see Supernova with that push. Can't find him just yet. Supernova's only at 46 HP. Needs to be careful. Gets them out. And that is it for hardships. Meanwhile, STK has been found as well. Zenith will pick that up. We're down to just 4 teams. But you know what? 303 and Fabled still up in it.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Kurt got a flush on one of the Zenith members, or maybe 1 or 2 of them. So Kurt did not go down without a fight.
Shoot to Kill still in first place, but there you go. Nice angle here from Fabled, who's in second. Hella getting that knock onto D-Rich, but they should have some safety. They can get this res off quickly before Zenith chooses to push back down, but here we go, sending it right now. Fabled taking those vehicles, looking for that next shift rotation. That's going to take him right at the back doors of, Zenith, but I don't think they were expecting Landoon here. Is going to knock out with Supernova and Tanaka. And then blink of an eye. Landoon.
I gotta say, that was, I'm sorry to cut you off, that was insane from Landoon, but they had to have known with that knock on D-Rich that he was probably not alone, and that, I think, was a huge oversight on Fabled.
And 303 as well, now kind of, I think, just taking a bit of a breather for recovery. Zenith immediately taking, full advantage of that, as that beautiful Molotov is going to do a lot here onto Landoon. Honey Badger now trying to find some safety in this. And once again, Yaxley is also still alive and has the possibility to third-party this as well. We've seen him pick up a couple points in the second he does. Yaxley flushing out 303 as he's going to take out Honey Badger, and Zenith, it's a 2v1. We've got 3 players left alive. They should know exactly where he is.
I mean, if Yaxley wins this, that will just be absolutely ridiculous. But hats off to him. No matter what happens, the fact that he's already gotten his team into second place and at least 3 kills, I think at this point, 3, maybe even 4. That is huge on the back of Yaxley for comments. But yeah, I agree with you 100%. Zenith really should wrap this up. 8 kills, 2v1 position. Yaxley technically does have the star, but they can really split him if they want to here. So we'll see how they play it. And 6 kills, 2 of which, yeah. So Yaxley only got 2? Really? I thought he got more than that.
And we can see as well, Lada right now is kind of taking that hard push here onto Yaxley as Mystery is going wide, holding onto the high ground and looking for that angle. as they try to stay up. I mean, all it takes is one knock, and Yaxley's going to turn the odds back in his favor. He's got the barrel out, waiting for that close push. I think he hears Lada coming right up onto him, but Mystery's got the angle. It doesn't matter. A headshot, and Zenith wins it there with 9 kills as we finish out day number 1. You know what? This is kind of something we talked about. We were a little bit disappointed going into day about what we saw come from Zenith in the group stages. We talked a lot about the potential that was here for this team, and here we see it, picking up a lot of kills and finally a chicken dinner today.
Yeah, that was very well played from Zenith. The way they third-partied that fight between STK and Oath, they cleaned it up very well. Kurt, even though he was able to squeeze at least 1 kill out of that, they came out and they really did a good job of controlling the rest of the circle and finding Yaxley. I like that split from Mystery there. The one thing I also have to say, Clover, in regards to Supernova and the rest of Fabled, is just the fact that they had played that so well up until the end, kind of losing track of that last 303 player, and that really cost them potentially a win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and it's heartbreaking, right? Because we did talk about Fabled all day. You know, they had that beautiful chicken dinner in the very beginning in Erangel. We said, where did this come from? They looked cohesive, but that's something that they've actually kept through all 5 matches of today. They played cohesive. They played smart. They had 100%. Good kills. They put down good rotations. But you're right. I mean, that was a little bit careless of them, and it did cost them going out 4th, but not before picking up a large number of kills. I believe they actually took out 8 kills for this match. So that's going to do really a lot to hold them into place, especially considering that the 2 teams that placed above them between Zenith is Comets and 303, which are 2 teams that we haven't seen a whole lot from today in terms of the leaderboard.
Yeah, regardless, I'm still super happy with what we've seen from that team Fabled today. They really did come out and showed us that they were not the same team, at least in group stages. It is just the first day. I think for a lot of the teams that we saw kind of stumble, maybe Oath is definitely a big one for me. Obviously, my pick to win the entire event. They seem to have started off a little slow this time. Sometimes I feel like that's how they kind of move into things, but I have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to move forward. STK was... Here's my thing with STK, and I know I've said this before in the past, but like the way that they play today is just, it's so absurd how good they are when everything is going right for them. Even with bad circles, they've come in and they've just absolutely decimated people in front of them, which goes to the point that I'm about to make, is I just don't understand how they're not just winning everything. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't get it. They're such a ridiculously coordinated team. They're so strong and so full of talent. So I don't know. STK so far, though, today has been a good day.
All right. Well, you know, with that, guys, you've heard the last from us, but not the last just quite yet. We're going to throw it back over to our host desk and see what they have to say, not only about that match, but about what we've seen all day today.
Yes, we have a lot, but first, more skins, because let's be real. That's really the most important part about this desk. Sorry, not skins. You got the tickets to then do the pick'ems, to then win the skins if you're successful, if you can think right. And so yes, here's in front of you. This one's a weird one. It is a 0 and then an O. 88UX9WEKW3. Write that down. Put it in the PUBG Esports tab to get your ticket to use during the pick'ems. Okay, now that is over.
I have complete confidence that Twitch chat is smart enough to figure that out.
I was going to say, I'm sure that one doesn't cause any problems at all for anyone.
It's going to cause. It's going to cause a few. And so I want to brush past because I know I'm going to get the blame for that one. Phase 1 hit. It looked unfortunately similar to Phase 1 of last game, and all 3 of us groaned. But fortunately, it shifted down towards the south on Phase 2, and Hypoc, as you said, is refreshing to see a switch up of the Monte Nuevo games. We're about to see the highlights, and I want to go to you specifically, Hypoc, about what is it about this shift, this part of the map, that makes it so unique and makes it different from the previous game.
Well, it was actually interesting to see. We saw 6 teams actually up on the Phase 1 to 2 shift up on the north side. Again, I guess just hoping Lightning was going to strike twice. And we were going to go back to North Monte. So we saw a lot of scrappy fights out in the north, and then a lot of players ended up dying in rotation. And then things kind of slowed down until Phase 6. We had 30 alive in Phase 6, and we were talking about that. This fight up here was we had 4 teams on here at one point with SDK, Zenith, Oath, Sonics were up here at one point. It was an absolute bloodbath up here in these ridges, but This was such a pivotal moment here. Paul, I know you were laughing about this.
Yeah, we were both saying the Kickstarter was probably kicking his computer over after he got flushed there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is another thing, and, Godspeed and Clover touched on that, but Fabled, it's just, you hate to see it. I mean, they were put themselves in such good position and then just kind of YOLO sent it right into the middle of 303, who also had 4 up in the dead center circle towards the end, and just kind of lost a hold of that thing. But so often with these last games, we don't really, since we're obviously trying to round up the entire day, put everything into perspective, right? But we don't get a chance to talk about the team that won the final game, right? And I think it's important to mention Zenith. The wheels were spinning a little bit so far today, and to be fair, they had no business winning that game, and they still managed to pull it out as the duo, even once they lost Kickstart, unfortunately. But just great performance by those two boys, and flushing out and cleaning out everything else around them.
Okay, well, we're going to see exactly how many points they get off of that win as we look at the match leaderboard. Of course, Zenith at the top with... Oh, they broke the streak! Only 9 kills. They broke the streak. I am infuriated. I have never been this upset. 19 points. Shoot to kill. Another game that they don't get even to the top 5, but they pick up so many kills it puts them into second place. I feel like that's kind of just their Miramar strategy at this point, especially the Monte Nuevo circles at 13th. But Fabled also 12 points, tied with Comets. Hi, Puck, anything specific about that one, or even about top 5 kills?
Not really, no. It's good to see Later coming back to some form. This is one that we talked about throughout MPL, pretty much throughout the whole year, to be honest with. And then a fantastic performance. Was it Phase 3? I can't remember which phase it was, actually.
Phase 3, Riot Squad.
Yeah, it was. You're absolutely right. But yeah, look at this. No real surprises to see SDK. 3 members in the top 5 for that game in particular. Shout out to Yaxley, actually. I know we got Victor up on screen right now in 3rd place, but shout out to Yaxley. He kind of spotted out a couple of snakes and solos and stuff, so he actually accumulated a lot of points just off his 2 or 3 kills when he was the last one up.
Damage, shockingly, looks very, very different from kills. Poro, is that a nature of how this particular circle played out, or are we still looking at something super, super wild?
Well, it seems like it has to do a little bit with the circle, right? It's just, it's entertaining to me that it's 5 different teams, 5 different players for 5 different teams this time up there, which you don't often see, but D-Rich once again, like, man, D-Rich has just he's been acting out since, all the way since qualifiers. This kid has been just really, really stepping up for that 303 squad. And, 303 had some really great performances today. They find themselves right in the middle of the leaderboard, 35 points. They're only a couple of points away from 4th. That's exactly where you want to be. Yeah. And all of these teams, really, you could see the top 8 very, very close, with the exception, obviously, of Shoot to Kill. And I'm never going to get used to saying it, man. Fabled. What can you say? Look, we talked about a little bit last break how they came out really early in week 1 of PCS, but it was nothing like this. This is something else entirely, Pac.
Kurt
at the top of kills overall.
Seen him there before.
That's impressive to see 3 of SDK in there, but that is absolutely fantastic to see Kurt topping the charts there. Again, Shrimsy. No slouch at all. He's had a fantastic day. And actually, Lobes as well, kind of, I'll be honest, sneaking his way in at 3rd place. I did just want to say, again, we were just looking at the previous leaderboard. We talked about this. 5 total placement points from SDK in the 2 Miramar games, but another 20 kills in total.
Yep.
So that's no surprise to see 3 of them in the top 5 there for killed overall, but that just goes to show SDK's bad games, they're still hitting their average points.
SDK, you can't look away from them so far this series, which is, on one hand, not a surprise to a lot of us, but on the other hand, it's a little worrying because how many times do they, fall off at the end? Even in Nox, they're still at the top. 3 at the top, Ayla with 13.
Where's Luke? Where's the ping abuser? What's going on today?
Whoa!
Oh, no. I know. You get tweets all over the place, but he's not even up there. You hate to see it.
There he is.
Okay, there you go. Assist. 9 assists.
He's in there somewhere.
Look, gotta give huge props to Chuba. Like you said, hardships. We often don't talk
Give
about
them
them
enough
that much
love.
because they just they manage to stay alive and they sneak in and they get their points. They get it done. It may not always be sexy, but they're always up there. And once again, Chuba putting himself up there in the top of the assists, the damage, the kills. I mean, you love to see it for the hardships.
Accuracy for top 5, a very, very different story compared to the rest of the leaderboards that we were just looking at. And we don't often look at this statistic. Not everyone considers it super
It's an interesting
valuable.
one.
But at the same time, it can be a little interesting to look at. Boxic is there from 303, who are also doing pretty good. But I do want to quickly point out, from the top 5 kills and damage specifically, Hella was up there during much of today, but it was only after that previous game that she fell off. Fabled are still in second place, but is this perhaps the sign of what gave Fabled that boost of it, sort of them coming back down to earth, Poro?
I don't know. I mean, look, we've been talking about Hella a lot with good reason, right? She's getting the kill, she's doing the damage, but it's a team effort at the end of the day. And whoever, I got to be honest, I'm not sure who the IGL is on that team. I'm gonna assume maybe Greg Shot, but just the fact that they've been able to put themselves into good positions for the late game.
Yeah.
They've been able to get 4 players up to the late game and put Hella in these positions where she can comfortably do what she does best, and that's pop heads, right, and collect all that damage. So it's been a really good all-around effort and performance by that Fabled squad so far today.
Yeah, and Hypoc, I'd like to give you a moment to also, if you have a follow-up to what Poro was saying about Hella and about Fabled and how they're sort of the Cinderella story, but also alternative to that, what can we expect tomorrow? Do you think STK are going to continue their lead? Are they going to continue to just control this entire server? Do we think Oath is going to come back into form? And Sonics, they've been on an upswing. Is that going to continue? I just threw a lot at you so you can pick and choose what you want to answer. It's a wide net. By all means, go ham.
Okay, first off, yeah, sure, Fable played good. Second off, yeah, I'm pretty sure SDK is still going to be top tomorrow. Okay. Third, I think we were talking about Sonics. They should do, but no, I'm joking. I think tomorrow is going to be one of the bigger days, because obviously we got a couple of days break. Obviously after tomorrow, maybe there's going to be a couple of teams that want to make a dash and finish out this weekend in particular in a solid position. I think you've mentioned the 3 teams that I would expect obviously to be fighting for the top spots. I don't think that's any secret in here, but I think it would be good to see teams like Wildcard kind of step into the mix and be a real contender after the first 2 game days. I mean, if Fabled can finish out tomorrow, even just pulling together, 20, 25 points on the day tomorrow, they're still going to be sat in a position they're not used to being in. And we've seen them today making plays where, I mean, that game 1 on Oranga where Tanaka obviously shut down Exodus with the third party, and then he had the huge flank on Wildcard holding them at the shack. That's not what we've ever seen Fable do before. They're taking control of areas of the map, they're taking control of circles, and they're putting damage and kills out. So I absolutely think even if they can have a mediocre day tomorrow, they're going to feel 10 times better than they have throughout the last 6 to 8 weeks where we've seen them competing here.
Yeah, I mean, we might be talking about Fabled a lot, but how can we not? It's a team that
it's a success story today.
Yeah,
it's the
I
success
can't speak
story
for
today.
you. I expect them to be bottom 2, bottom 3 teams overall, just judging by what we saw in groups and a couple of events before that. But here, of course, is going to be the overall schedule. It's Thursday the 25th still here in the United States. We have tomorrow, Friday, for day 2, and then we have a whole week break until we come back next Thursday, July 2nd, and Friday the 3rd for the final 2 days. These 2 weekends is full of PUBG action, so please give love to all the other regions and not just North America, but very much please give love to North America. We got APAC, Asia, and Europe, and the participating teams, of course, on the right to give yourself a refresher. Guys, it's been an exciting first day. And there are a lot of storylines that some might have been a little more expected than others. STK being at the top was expected. Fable being second was absolutely not. Sonic's coming back into third was a good one as well. Oath. Where are Oath? Very quickly, Poro. Where are Oath? What's going wrong with them? Why is the third part of the NA Trident gone?
I mean, well, if you go back and look, when Oath gets up there, it's usually based off of having one day where they just absolutely pop off. They get every circle. They just get everything just goes Oath's way, and they put up a ton of points and kind of make their way on as kind of that way. And we've talked about it before that they're also capable of putting up goose eggs, and they didn't do any of that today. They were decent today. I mean, they're average. They're dead on average. They're right in the middle of the leaderboard. So, I guess my question is, can Oath, now that there's 3 days left, can they have that one day where they have everything go their way and pick up a ton of points? And then also for Shoot to Kill, we've gotten used to seeing them come out to this early sprint of a start and then kind of taper off as the tournament goes on. Can we finally see Shoot to Kill keep that pressure up, keep that momentum going for the entirety of the thing, and not see them drop off?
Just quickly though, Oath is one of these teams that I said this. Okay,
Take your time. Take your time. Go ahead.
Oath are going to get some points back. There you go. That was quick.
Okay, you heard it here. Yeah, I think that should be it for us today. We've kept you here long enough. We have a whole nother day of North American PUBG action tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific. So please come back and let's watch more PUBG.